facing, whether it's challenges, whether it's threats, how to face these challenges, and how to work for the best interest of the current and coming generations. The three-day event was called for by President Abdel Fattah Sisi in early September when he urged the government to organize an economic conference to discuss the present economic conditions in order to boost all sectors of the domestic economies. The conference seeks to reach a roadmap for the country's economy during the coming period. It also aims to develop clear policies and measures to increase the competitiveness and flexibility of the Egyptian economy. According to Cabinet spokesperson Ambassador Nader Saad, the conference will also include the announcement of several incentives for the industrial sector and exporters, as well as a number of government initiatives to stimulate economic performance. Saad also spoke about the agenda of the conference and asserted the fact that it will focus on three main tracks: macroeconomic policies, private sector empowerment, and creating a business-friendly environment, formulating a roadmap for the priority sectors in the government's work program. In this respect, the discussion of the roadmap will witness a number of interactive sessions that will discuss the visions and ideas of experts on what policies are required to achieve national goals in several priority sectors in our economy, and the measures are required to overcome the challenges facing those sectors.
إذا نتابع مع حضراتكم وصول السيد الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي رئيس الجمهورية إلى العاصمة الإدارية الجديدة، إلى موقع القاعة التي ستحضر هذا صانعي مؤتمر مصر الاقتصادي مصر 2022.
This is the three-day event which was called by the President early in September when he urged the government to organize this conference to discuss the current economic conditions and how to boost all sectors of our domestic economy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the arrival of President Abdel Fattah Sisi to inaugurate Egypt Economic Conference, Egypt 2022.
وعلى مدار السنوات الثماني المنقضية قدمت نموذجا اقتصاديا مختلفا.
Egypt has presented a different economic example, maybe due to the changes that happened over the past decade. Egypt dealt with the different economic problems that were structural and from which the Egyptian economy has suffered for about 4 decades. Egypt dealt with these issues and these problems over the previous years with radical solutions rather than sedatives. Egypt has adopted a full economic structural reform, and the figures are not related to the Egyptian government data only like that of CAPMAS or others, but even on the level of the international financial institutions like the World Bank, IMF, Moody's, Fitch, and even the other institutions that the largest part of would be discussed in the sessions of this conference. All these institutions talked about the year of the pandemic COVID-19 2020. All the economies were suffering from economic difficulties due to to the shutdown. And these institutions said that Egypt is one of few countries that achieved positive growth rates. This year was an obstacle to accelerating the growth rate. Yet, at least, and according to the economic reform package adopted by Egypt, rehabilitated and enabled the Egyptian economy to stand strong. Anyways, the measures undertaken by the government are applying the evaluation and the critical thinking of all the measures and the procedures made so as to correct the path and develop the agenda according to the developments. These are all the issues that are going to be discussed in the conference today, and a number of economists, politicians, political parties, members and parliamentarians would participate in this conference. And the conference will try to come up with solutions and answers to these difficulties and questions through the discussions about the future. And even the fiscal year 2021-2022, the Egyptian economy was able to achieve a growth rate of 6.6%. And it seems to be big, even if we're talking about some of the world problems, and in light of the inflation rates that has been recorded by a number of countries. And this makes us to talk about how can we contain and manage inflation. And according to the Egyptian government, this is a kind of exported inflation because Egypt imports a lot of the inputs for manufacturing and industry.
قدمت مصر إذن مسارا تنمويا
has
مختلفا على
presented
مدار
a
السنوات
different development path over the previous years based on reconsidering the structural problems of the Egyptian economy that has been caused over the previous 4 decades. And this would be the reason for spending a lot of expenses on infrastructure projects, so that there would be a radical change that would enable the state to move forward with the economic development. If we're talking about the targeted economic growth achieved even during the fiscal year 2021-2022, 6.6%, we're talking about what as announced during the National Conference for Youth in April 2016, when the state said that it does not target only figures and development rates, but it wants this to be reflected on the standard of living of citizens. Egypt launched a structural reform program for the Egyptian economy in November 2016. And the Egyptians have endured these reforms, and as the president has always said that they are the main element of the economic reform project. And the state tried to expand social protection programs and networks in light of these things, so that poverty won't be inherited. And a number of projects were targeting alleviating poverty, and this led to success according to CAPMAS survey, as it announced for the first time that there has been a poverty rate decrease in Egypt, and this is the first time over the previous 20 years. And the percentage of poor from the population now is 29.5%, and the state is trying to reduce it even further. And it has been reduced for the first time over the past 20 years. This conference we are attending today will discuss also the future of different economic files. If we're talking about a different reality and a different future, then of course the development of economy is one part of this development. And this conference will discuss the mechanisms and the means to develop the economy. And it will discuss also the roadmap for a more competitive economy. And we will discuss also the contribution of the private sector and how it can contribute to economic development and the GDP. This is what the state says. It said that through a number of phases, according to the state ownership document, it is going to exit a number of economic sectors. And a number of businessmen and investors, experts, economists, and academia, as well as government officials, have held a dialogue to discuss the state ownership document and to see the vision of Egyptian and foreign financial institutions regarding this document, and to explore the horizons of cooperation. Cooperation is not just for the private sector to increase its share in the market, but to find direct solution through the state. And there has been a national dialogue also established by the state to listen to different visions, different viewpoints, discussing issues that are of paramount importance right now. And during that conference, all opinions were heard. And also today's economic conference is going to discuss the economic issues. The Egyptian National Dialogue Conference that was launched provided a number of questions that would be answered by this economic conference over these 3 days. They would discuss the requirements of the Egyptian economy as well as answer questions about managing the files of the Egyptian economy and implementing the government's agenda so that the citizens will be aware of the procedures made and the private sector would be able to cooperate with the public sector. There were a number of questions to be answered. If we talked also about the inflation rates that Egypt has faced since 2014, then the inflation rates are about to be reduced, and now the inflation rate is below 10%. So the state was able to reduce the inflation cost, although the inflation started to increase again worldwide. And this, of course, led to the increase of living expenses. And as the government says that the inflation in Egypt is an imported inflation, so this conference will discuss the inflation, will discuss the payment balance, and will discuss also how to overcome the problem of payment imbalance and how to reduce the imports of Egypt. So this conference would take place to discuss all these different visions that would enable the Egyptian economy to develop further and to reach $1 billion of exports. How can we achieve these rates? That is a just dream for the Egyptians, even in light of these difficulties and crises. The Egyptian economy was able to increase the exports of vegetable and fruit. In few months, the Egyptian exports in 2019 and 2020 was very high. So this is a philosophy of the government to deal with increasing the exports, and there are also investments in agricultural projects like the 1.5 million fidans to be reclaimed, and we have seen different phases of inaugurating and opening these agricultural lands, and there is an opportunity for the private sector to participate in this project and to invest in these opportunities that the state was able to make. And it's only the state was able to spend trillions of US dollars for developing the infrastructure, investing in agricultural projects, as well as reclaiming lands, to open the door for the private sector to establish partnerships with the state. There are a lot of investments in a lot of projects that could have never been implemented by the private sector alone, yet it was implemented by the state. And there are also investments in the first part of the years in ports and developing ports. So now Egypt has constructed and developed 4 ports. So it's the state that opened the door to the private sector to cooperate with it and to invest again in these fields. And the Egyptian government, when it came to announce the state ownership document, it said that the private sector is more efficient in managing such projects due to the experience of the private sector. And the state here is trying to pave the way for the private sector to increase its investments in these different projects and in these different sectors, be it infrastructure, land reclamation, energy projects. We are talking about Upper Egypt, in 7 years only, the state spent more than 1,100 billion Egyptian pounds in developing Upper Egypt, as Upper Egypt over the 25 years enjoyed only expenses of 900 billion Egyptian pounds to develop it. So the state in 7 years has spent more than that. Investments in different fields in Upper Egypt. And the state said that when it took these steps, it was taking it realizing that there is an opportunity for the private sector to implement these projects according to an agreement between the government and the private sector, so that it would be able to invest and look for opportunities and the profits needed. And this, of course, is the plan of the state. If we're talking about the National Dialogue Conference, this conference is linked, of course, to today's economic conference. And there was a great participation in these conferences on the level of the academia, the professionals, the politicians, the partisans from different political powers, so that they would be part of this national dialogue and part of the development of Egypt. And they are all committed to present these visions and to be a part of the economic reform programs according to the agendas. They can participate in cultural, economic, social reform. And this is all being discussed now in the national dialogue. And on a more specialized level, there is an opportunity in the field of economy to hold an in-depth discussion with all the political powers and all the representatives of the different groups to discuss the solutions for all the difficulties. In this economic conference, over these 3 days, there will be a number of sessions that will discuss different topics pertaining to the management of economy, the capital market, as well as all issues related to the economic reform in Egypt. They will discuss the plans to be made by the government over the coming years. And this would be discussed over the coming sessions of this conference, as everyone is represented in this conference. And we will listen to different opinions and different viewpoints from the different participants in this conference. President Sisi said that the Egyptians can discuss different issues so long as they realize the nature of the problems and the solutions that should be presented, because this is related to the management of the economy. It is the state that decided to give the opportunity to the private sector for more investments on its part over the previous years, according to specific mechanisms, specific conditions. And now the state will take steps for exiting some economic activities. The state will exit some sectors totally and would give the opportunity to the private sector to manage these projects and to be part of it. And the state will leave its full shares in national projects and national investments. So all these things are going to be discussed during the conference. And the state ownership document would be also presented with the different visions and remarks during this conference to achieve a more competitive, flexible economy, as this is the objective of this conference. It's the state that wants competitiveness, so it tries to achieve neutrality between all competitors. All the projects will be discussed and all the ideas would be implemented. We listen to different speakers on the political level, the economic level, and we listen to different experts and economists during the sessions of this conference. And by the end of every session, there would be a number of outcomes after listening to the comments of everyone. And these outcomes would be the document for the state, the political parties, and the private sector to work on the development of the Egyptian economy. Once more, all issues are going to be presented, and also they are going to discuss the reduction of the public debt. And in an event, President Sisi was keen on talking to the Minister of Finance to speak to the Egyptians about the structure of the Egyptian debt and how the state is dealing with these debts, because there should be an open discussion about it, and the state is going to present this so that the partisans, the political parties, the parliamentarians, the experts and economists would listen to each other's views. The Egyptians want to change the reality as they have changed it over the past 10 years. The Egyptians were able over this decade to overcome a lot of challenges, and the world economy is suffering from a lot of difficulties, so different solutions should be implemented. And a lot of economists and non-economists say that the geopolitical changes taking place in the world has overshadowed the price of food products, energy, the economic growth, and a lot of people see that the phase we are going through now would be a turning point in the world, and accordingly economy with all its needs would differ, of course, so the economy is going to differ. And now President Sisi is heading to the conference room. Peace be upon you. Welcome to today's conference. I'm so glad to meet you. Please be seated. Your Excellency President Abdel Fattah Sisi, the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we would like to welcome you today from the capital of the new republic, from the capital that was constructed to turn the dream into reality and the hope into a reality. We are witnessing today the Egyptian Economic Conference under the auspices of President Sisi to discuss the future of the Egyptian economy with a wide participation from experts, specialists, businessmen, private sector, political parties, to share visions and to come up with a roadmap for a more competitive economy at a time where a lot of challenges are facing world. Over the previous 8 years, a lot of challenges had faced the world, and every challenge made Egypt stronger and more persistent to continue the path for construction and development. Our country is beautiful, full of good, and it is always under the eyes of people. We have been through a lot of difficulties and we were up to each one of them. In the 30th of June, the Egyptians stood before another type of colonization that tried to divide us, and with a decision, Egypt came back to the Egyptians. We opened a new chapter and we started constructing Egypt. The challenges were not easy. Weak infrastructure, problem with energy, long queues, 60% of unplanned buildings, terrorism that costed us a lot of martyrs, economic losses that reached $386 million. We will fight them, and at the same time we will work while we go through this battle. We fought terrorism and restored our security back. We reconstructed the state institutions. We have dug a new Suez Canal and proved to the whole world that we are able to do it. We have put a comprehensive reform program based on radical solutions. The real hero is the Egyptian nation. We developed the transportation system and we launched a national program for network, 7,000 kilometers of new roads with a cost of £310 billion. And we made a lot of achievements through developing the electricity network with a cost of £1.5 trillion. We supported industry. We constructed 17 industrial complexes, 4 integrated furnished industrial zones, and we rehabilitated the ports with £129 billion. 296 unsafe areas were rehabilitated and developed with a cost of £300 billion, and 30 new cities were established. We restructured the economy radically, and we have put an end to the black market for hard currency to attract foreign investments and to support national industry that has suffered for long years. And in parallel to the reform program, we implemented different projects for social protection to support the most needy segments. We structured the support and subsidy system with a budget of £87 billion annually. Takaful and Karama project with an annual budget of £25 billion. We achieved the dream of decent life through a national project with the objective of improving the quality of life of 60 million citizens in the Egyptian villages. The 100 million health campaign checked and examined all Egyptians, and here we launched the first phase of the universal health coverage program with a cost of £23 billion. And the budget deficit has decreased from 12.3% to be 8.2%, and the inflation reduced from 14.5% to 9.2%. and the unemployment rate has reached 7.5%, which is the least after it was 12.7, and the hard currency reserve reached 45.5 billion US dollars. GDP is growing by 6.6%. The reform plan made the Egyptian economy stronger, more flexible and resilient in facing crises like the Russian plane incident that influenced the tourism sector, and because of it we lost billions, and even the pandemic COVID-19 did not stop production in Egypt. And we were able to face the pandemic. The Russian-Ukrainian war caused a big crisis, and the losses are about $2.8 trillion worldwide, and we were able to provide all the strategic commodities, and we supported the private sector. We focused on domesticating industry and encouraging entrepreneurship, a long journey. And the hero is the nation that is never stopped by any crisis and will keep constructing and building. And with his hands, Egypt will always be the mother of the world. And now the speech of the Prime Minister, Dr. Mustafa Menbouya. In the name of Allah, Your Excellency President Abdel Fattah Sisi, the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, ladies and gentlemen, let me from the heart of the new administrative capital to be here with you today at the beginning of the opening session of the Economic Conference Egypt 2022 under the title A Roadmap for a More Competitive Economy. This conference comes in light of an international crisis not witnessed by the whole world since World War II. And if you see the developments every day, you recognize that all governments of the developed countries and even the emerging countries are struggling to survive and secure the stability of these countries. Egypt is not far from that, and Egypt is classified by all international institutions as one of the countries that was most influenced by this big crisis. And the political leadership realizes the importance of putting together a road map for the future of the Egyptian economy, in which not only the government would participate, but all experts, specialists, businessmen, political parties. The president designated the government to hold this conference to discuss the future of the Egyptian economy and to come up with a clear roadmap for this economy in the future. And this roadmap should include two parts. One, for recovery from the short-term crisis, which is the international crisis, along with some solutions to some of the chronic problems we have. And of course, they will need long-term and short-term solutions. We as the government, since the beginning of the crisis and even before it, we're following up everything that is written about Egypt abroad or in Egypt, and we check the social media and listen to the opinions of Egyptians, and we see what the experts say in the talk shows. And let me be honest and say that sometimes we find that some of those opinions are not based on real knowledge of the Egyptian economy, and they do not know the real figures. And we started saying that Egypt is going through the worst crisis, and we feel that there are a lot of concerns from our citizens. So I said, along with the government, that this opening session, to be able to move towards a roadmap for the future, it is so important to know the reality of our economy, to know where we were in the past and where do we stand now, so that when we develop solutions for the problem, they would be based on information we all know and challenges we all would agree upon. Thus, we found that the best thing to know where were we and where are we now is to look at the Egyptian economy over the past 40 years. And when we get back 40 years back, and we found that this economic conference is the fourth economic conference held over the past 4 years. And I said here that we need to make use of all the outcomes of these 4 conferences to know what happened to the Egyptian economy, so that when we come today to come up with the recommendations from this conference, it would be something realistic. So let me, in the first part of the presentation, analyze the outcomes of 2 important conferences. The first was called the Big Economic Conference. It was held in 1982. And the second is Egypt Future, held in 2005. Why do we select those 2 in particular? Because each one of them came when Egypt was in exceptional conditions. That of 1982, Egypt has just came out from the victory of 1973, and the state was coming up with an economy overloaded by a lot of difficulties. And there was the policy of economic openness and economic liberalization, and there was the assassination of late President Sadat, and President Mubarak assumed office. And in 2015, we were just coming up from a lot of political difficulties and crises in 2011, 2013, and afterwards there was terrorism, and there was the invitation from President Sisi for this conference to discuss the conditions of the economic development. So in the first part, we will analyze how was Egypt at the times of these conferences and what were the outcomes of them. I know that Egypt is a young country. More than 60% of its population is below the age of 40. So the photos before you may not have been seen by a lot of people who are here with us, and maybe the older people can remember these photos. These photos were taken from the archive of Al Ahram newspaper between the years 1987 and 1982, when there were long queues looking for the diesel cylinders, and how the hospitals looked like back then. Students in universities, citizens standing in queues looking for any good or commodity. And of course, a lot of us have seen the movies made at that time, and they were all making laugh of the queues that people would make to buy products, even if it is a soap. And this is another photo that shows the railways in Egypt. And the Egyptians always use comics to criticize the developments and to express lack of credibility. So here there is a caricature where the funeral is carrying a telephone to show that they are not confident that the problem of the telephones would be solved. There was the problem of sanitation in all suburbs. And this is how the schools and the classrooms looked like at that time. This made the late president to hold a big economic conference to discuss the Egyptian economy. This conference was attended by 40 economists and experts. These are some photos of these individuals who were at that time there and participated as economic experts in this conference. The history before you shows that it was held from the 12th to the 14th of February 1982. And the main title was Experts Putting a Subscription for the Egyptian Economy. They wanted to discuss the current status of the problem and how to correct the economic path and put a strategy for development. And this conference has a lot of very important documents that express the details of the Egyptian economy and put proposals. And we received a copy of these proposals. And we found that they found that there are 10 main challenges facing Egypt and the Egyptian economy. We'll go through them. And let's see what are still there up till now. The first one was overpopulation. And the title was that overpopulation with the current rate, I'm talking about 1982, will eat up all the development projects, and we cannot improve the standard of living without family planning. At that time, the Egyptians were 44 million, and now after 40 years, we are 104 million population. The problem of housing was the second problem. And the title was the need to build 8.2 housing units over 20 years, and that the state should provide 500,000 housing units over 20 years to solve this problem. And I don't know whether you can read the main sentence or not. It says providing a decent house and prevent the appearance of steel units. Another challenge was the subsidy, rationalizing subsidy, the exchange rate, and use of hard currency at the time when the subsidy at that time was only 1.5 billion. Dealing with the budget deficit, there was a budget deficit, and if you would read, the recommendations are targeting financial reform and provide hard currency. And at that time, because it is always said that we're worried about the public debt to the GDP at that time was above 100%. I know that you are economists, but I'm explaining to the Egyptian citizen that the GDP is the total of what is produced by the economy in a year. So the public debt was bigger than the GDP, the whole economy. Can we manufacture for exportation? At that time, the deficit of the payment balance was 2.5 billion, and they were saying that we need to support industry, and the industry sector to the GDP is low and should be raised. changing the consumption pattern. At that time, there was a policy to attract investment so that the private sector would be part of production sectors. But due to the conditions back then, this led to more consumption. So they focused on importing luxurious products without focusing on the production sectors. So the danger referred to by the conference is that the consumption has increased threefolds by an annual increase of 20%. The inflation and the volume of inflation reached 20% in 1981. The need to create job opportunities. At that time, the needed job opportunities annually were 400,000. And now you know that what is needed is 1 million annually for the youth who go into the labor market. So at that time, they said that the dream was that all investments, the investments of the private sector with the public sector would create 400,000 job opportunities to reach 6 billion Egyptian pounds. That was the target of that conference. The public sector and the role of the private sector at that time. The public sector work has 320 companies suffering from a lot of problems, and the private sector's role should be greater. The conference came up with a lot of recommendations, and they were all good ideas. Yet after only 18 days from the end of the conference, Naguib Mahfouz, the Nobel laureate, wrote an article in the newspaper under the title "Who Did It?" And he said that the ideas emanating from the conference were not new. And I'm not saying that to underestimate the conference, as it has diagnosed the disease and suggested different solutions. And I'm asking, since we know the disease, why was it left without any treatment? And here, if we think about this, he's saying that maybe we know what are the problems, what are the diseases, and we can suggest the treatment and the solution. But the biggest challenge is our ability to implement it. So does the state have the ability and the will to do it or not? And here he was implicitly criticizing the previous conditions. So we wanted to take the same saying and see the state according to the outcomes of the conference of 1982. How did the successive governments since 1982 up till 2011 try to solve these deficits and defects? And we selected 10 main indicators. And while presenting them on the slide, you will show on the left side the conference of 1982, what did it say, and the outcome after 30 years regarding this challenge or this indicator. The conference said that the challenge of the Egyptian economy is based on imbalance between overpopulation and economic returns and revenues. Our problem after 30 years is that instead of being 44 million Egyptians, we became 81 million Egyptians. We have increased 38 million. The GDP does not meet the increasing needs of the citizens, so we need to prioritize the expenditures and increase production rates. Our production and economy should grow at higher rates to keep pace with the increase of population. But due to the conditions in Egypt and not providing enough investments to develop our economy, the result was that the average growth of GDP over 20 years was 4.4%. In some years, there has been increase where it reached 7%. But if we would look over 20 years, then the average is 4.4%. When I come to compare to other similar countries, the middle income countries will find that in the same period the growth rate they had was 5%. So Egypt was less than those countries. Another important point mentioned by the conference: meeting the basic needs of the citizen is the optimum of development. Any project to be implemented, its objective should be meeting the basic needs of the citizen. And the progress of any community is measured economically and socially through the ability to meet these needs. So long as the citizen cannot find service, wastewater, water, electricity services, then this is not an advanced community. The problem today again is due to the weak investments at that period. The per capita share was about $1,360 over 20 years, but in other similar countries it was 1,800. The conference talked about creating job opportunities to assimilate the new people in the labor market. The state with all its institutions and the number of population and the need to have 500,000 new job opportunities every year, we were not able to achieve this due to the conditions in Egypt. So the average unemployment rate was 10% almost, at the time when similar countries had an average employment rate of 4.9%. We looked at the volume of investments spent by the state in 2011 and compared it to 2021 in dollars. And we compared with a number of similar countries to Egypt to know what was the conditions of Egypt. In 1992, it was 8.9%. The total investments in 2011, it was $40 billion. When we look at similar countries, be it Turkey, Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, Venezuela, Argentina, South Africa, we're so far from these countries. Due to that, what we have seen in 1982 was still there up till 2011. The same problems with wastewater sanitation that covers only 45% and in the villages and 12% only. The problem of traffic, electricity outage, bread problems, energy problems, unsafe areas and slums. And the real problem that we've seen, especially in the industrial sector, is that for a long period, the investments in this sector, with the exception of the last few years before 2011, were not more than 6 billion annually. Well, there has been a real stride in the last years before 2011 when the private sector started to participate in industry with the state. But generally speaking, the industrial sector's share was 10% only during that period. The conference of 1982 talked about the aggravation of the problem of housing, because of the fact that popular housing did not take its share from attention. So the state had adopted a number of projects for national housing and constructing big projects, but the produced housing was not enough. Accordingly, the problem of unsafe areas and slums and unplanned areas increased. So unfortunately, we had 50 or 60% of our cities unsafe areas or unplanned areas. And there was the encroachment of agricultural lands And because of that, we lost tens of thousands of fiddans of agricultural lands. And the conference in 1982 said that the national productivity of agriculture won't be able to meet the needs, and we need a reclamation program of 150,000 fiddans annually. The state tried to do it, but all what it did was 77.8 thousand fiddans, while we should have targeted 150,000. Increase in illiteracy rates, and this was due to the fact that spending on education was not enough, and the quality of education was facing a problem due to the pressure on economy. The health services, and let me here read the WHO report that says that Egypt has the highest level of hepatitis C infections, and this was written at the beginning of 2015. And it said that Egypt has the highest level of hepatitis C worldwide, and 14.7% of the Egyptians are virus carriers, and there are 17,000 new cases every year. The debt, and we hear a lot about the volume of the debt and how it is related to the GDP. Over 30 years, since 1982 up till 2011, 19 years of them, the volume of debt was more than 100% of the GDP. And here I'm talking about the debt of the public balance institutions only. In 19 years out of these 30 years, it was more than 100%. And despite the efforts that were exerted, because there were in fact a lot of efforts made to solve the problem of the state, yet the conditions of the state made it at that time adopt medium solutions to deal with the problems on the short term. It reduced the investment expenses and focused on consumption expenses. Most of the budget went to covering salaries, pensions, subsidy, and the investment expenses was very low, as you can see. And the weak production ability of the industry, as well as the inability to provide the needed job opportunities. This was the case up till 2011. And I here would like to look at point one. We, as Egypt at that time, had to use the sedatives as solutions. In order to be just to that period, the community did not accept some difficult solutions, and would like to remember of what the state tried to do in 1977 to restructure the subsidy, and what was the reaction of the citizens. So the state was always worried about its stability and its security. Was this enough to survive or construct a state? Let me read together what was mentioned by Gamal Hamdan, the great thinker. The real crisis is that Egypt, in the face of crisis, does not take the radical solution ever, but it takes the moderate solution, the sedatives, and this leads to the aggravation of the crisis even more. Why the state was not taking radical solutions? Because it was known that these solutions sometimes won't be accepted by the people, and it would have a political cost. So the governments cannot bear that. And that's why they want to achieve the security and the stability of the country. But on the long term, this does not produce an advanced country. What happens is that we use the sedatives, and this does not solve the problems radically. Excuse me. This was the first edition in 1976. We all, the Egyptians, need to understand when this was said. It was said even before the war.
كانت المسألة كلها من 62 تقريبا ل 67 أزمة اليمن وتدخلنا فيها.
And it was during the Yemen crisis. So I wish you would look at this and realize when this was said. And then came the political disturbances and the revolutions of 2011-2013, and the Egyptian economy was affected in an unprecedented manner. And I here would take quotes from what was mentioned by the World Bank and IMF in 2015, and I wish you would read them. They said back then, Egypt has been through radical changes. The events that happened in January 2011 had witnessed a long list of promises and a lot of challenges. And in 2015, Egypt has suffered for a number of years from increase of unemployment rates as well as weak economic growth due to the increasing public deficit as well as the fragility due to the lack of foreign reserve. Let's look at these figures as realities. The Egyptian losses due to the political instability and the terrorist attacks in Egypt, these losses are 477 billion US dollars. The reserve lost 20.3 since 2011 up till 2013. The losses of tourism sector 32%. The average unemployment rate reached 13%. And these are some of the figures that show how our indicators and figures reduced due to these exceptional conditions in Egypt, be it increase in budget deficit or the GDP that reduced to 2.2%, the per capita share of GDP decreased, the reserves, all these problems witnessed by the Egyptian economy, and I think that we have all witnessed this as it is a recent period. But Egypt, since February 2011 up till May 2013, our rating has reduced 6 times in 28 months. So in general, the state faced a catastrophic condition, and there was 13% budget deficit, 516 billion Egyptian pounds increase in debt, and shrinkage of investment expenses to be only 7%. These conditions, if they have went, it would have led to a lot of dangers. So the state responded to these challenges in 2015, and the state in 2015 had 2 options: either to follow the policy of moderate solutions, use sedatives, and this is something that could have been understood in light of the disturbances and the troubles back then. How to talk about the restructuring of subsidy and economic reforms to solve problems that lasted for 50 years. Anyone could have said that it's much easier to take this solution even on a temporary basis. But the other option for the state was the one mentioned by thinker Gamal Hamdan. It is to find radical solutions to problems that lasted for 40 or 50 years in Egypt. Of course, this has a political cost, economic cost. But the objective is, where do we want Egypt to be in the future? Here came the conference of 2015, and this conference was under the title Egypt the Future. And this conference has put three elements: the macroeconomic stability, national projects, improving the investment environment. And I will review in brief what did we do. The state, since 2015 and in 2016, started the economic reform program at a very difficult moment. The state took the decision, and since then the Egyptian economy started witnessing higher growth rates. And during that period, we witnessed the beginning of the pandemic in 2020, and it lasted for 2 years, and then started the Ukrainian-Russian crisis. Despite that, over the past fiscal year, June 2022, the Egyptian economy growth rate was 6.6%, and the average for all these years is 5.3%, in comparison to 4.4% over the past 30 years, and 3% from 2011 till 2015. The World Bank, despite all the challenges in this month's report, said that Egypt is expected to achieve a growth rate of 4.8% in 2022-2023 as the highest one in the Middle East and North Africa economies. And despite the increase of population that lasted since 2011 up till 2021, we've increased by 21 million, which is equal to the number of births in 6 European countries. The per capita share of GDP increased from $2,700 to be $4,000 in 2021. The World Bank did a very important study, what if? And it said, if Egypt has witnessed lower fertility rates, and this was during the 2000s, the fertility rate was 3.5% per woman, and it decreased, and it was expected that if things would go on, then we will have only 2 children during that period. But with 2011 and the conditions, the curve has increased again, and now it is 2.8%, the fertility rate. There was a comparison done in this study showing that if the population of Egypt stopped at 92 instead of 102 in 2020, then there would have been a great increase in the level of economy, savings, increase of per capita share of GDP, and every year we would have 570 billion Egyptian pounds. IMF said that despite all these challenges, expected that the per capita share of GDP in Egypt would reach $4,800 by 2025 with the projects implemented. We achieved the highest employment rate over the past 30 years, and as the state, we reduced the unemployment rate to be the least. Despite the increase in the manpower. In 2013, we started with unemployment rate 13% when the manpower was 23 million. In 2021, we reached unemployment rate 7.2%, and the manpower is 30 million. So we achieved double effort. We reduced the unemployment rate and assimilated the increase in the labor market during that period. And we compared our rates to other similar countries. You can compare 2011 to 2021. Most of the countries has an increase in unemployment rate due to the world crisis, but Egypt was able to reduce it. And the IMF has put expectations that Egypt would reach less than 7% over the coming 5 years to reach 6.7% unemployment rate. The food security projects and its ability to achieve stability and to give momentum to the Egyptian economy that helped us reduce the inflation. And we saw together how the supply crisis started and increase of inflation in the second half of 2021, yet our inflation was less than 10% till mid-2022. And we have a very important point here. Through the agricultural reclamation projects, we were able to add 250,000 new fiddans that were planted with wheat, so that we had 3.5 million fiddans planted with wheat this year. And through the silos project, we were able to have a reserve of our local wheat. And that's why up till this moment, thank God, we have reserves, and the Minister of Supply was talking about 5 months. Major projects implemented by the state, be it the new Delta East Uwainat Toshka project with the objective of adding the agricultural lands to improve our figures in economy and to reduce the budget deficit and the bill of importing grains and wheat. Our debt as a state, we reached 103% and 100% in 2016 and 2017, and we started to reach before COVID-19 80 or 81%, and it was expected that in 2 years it would be less than 75% to be like any stable country that does not have a problem of debt. But due to COVID-19, and we were insisting on protecting our economy, so the debt has increased a bit, and with the Russian-Ukrainian crisis, it increased again. And despite that, we have our plan to get back to declining the budget. And here, we are far from the 100% debt rate to the GDP. We are talking about 80s or 90% this year. And our plan is to reduce this debt over the coming 5 years. The external debt, and this is a very important point because a lot of people are talking about it. I would like to say that we brought this curve showing the external debt to the GDP since the beginning of the 80s. In the beginning of the 90s, the external debt was 150% of the GDP. At that time, in 1991, there was an agreement made with the Paris Club, and a number of Arab countries reduced the volume of external debt, and they have written off $300 billion. They were not write off in 1 year, but it was done through a certain schedule. And part of it is the debt exchange that we are doing with a number of European countries. Let's look at the figure. We had 150% external debt to the GDP. And it was reduced afterwards, and the state kept it. And the last figure was 34.5% according to the last month. But let us admit that this is a challenge. It is not just the ratio of the external debt to the GDP, but it's the external debt of exports, as we are above the safe level, and also the debt service to exports where we exceed the safe levels. So it is our role as the state, along with businessmen and the private sector, to work on going back to the safe levels. The other important point we want to review and compare, and we selected 4 countries similar to our countries because they are developing countries, to look at the volume of the external debt to their economies. We found that in all experiences, The emerging countries use funding through debts at a certain moment to pump investments and achieve the development. And with the stability of the economy, it's able to pay the debt service and the interest rate. China did so, but we do not want to compare ourselves to China. We have looked at countries like Turkey, Vietnam, Brazil, India. These are the figures before you, their total debts in comparison to Egypt. And we also have a perception as Egyptians that the exchange rate is related to the strength of the economy. So when the Egyptian pound is lower in comparison to the dollar, it means that our economy is weak. But on the contrary, we find that sometimes this is a planned procedure to strengthen the economy, the exports, and to attract investments. So as Egypt, we are still like similar countries regarding the exchange rate. So the economic experts always say that the problem is not the exchange rate, but it is curbing the inflation rate. Because this means the price of the commodities. So it is so important to curb the inflation rate rather than thinking of the exchange rate. On the contrary, some countries might take steps to make them more competitive by weakening their currency. Despite the volume of debt, we have a very important indicator that our external debt, 73% of it is mid-term or long-term debt. Despite everything, we have achieved a very important indicator. Over 5 successive years, Egypt has a preliminary surplus in its budget. When we put aside the debt service, our revenues are more than our expenses. If you put aside the debt service, Egypt's revenues are more, and we can use it to reduce our debt. That's why our agreement with the IMF focuses on achieving this primary surplus. We were one of the few countries, despite these crises, were able to do it. So despite all these crises, the Egyptian economy was able to restore its stability. But of course, with the big world challenges, there are other challenges we need to face. And we have seen this through different indicators. In order not to speak theoretically, what did the financial institutions say about Egypt in 2011 and 2022? I have quotes from different institutions, the rating institutions, Moody's and Fitch. What did they say about the economy in 2011 and what do they say in 2022? And Standard and Poor's 2 days ago kept Egypt's rating as is and said that the ability of the Egyptian economy reflected the response to the external economic pressures, and IMF expected that the growth rate would be 5.9% this fiscal year. The second element, the national projects, and sorry for being lengthy, but it is so important for us all to be aware of how our economy looks like. The national project, because a large and important part of what is written is, why did we have all these national projects? Was it a must for the state to implement all these national projects? By doing so, you have taken a lot of debts. Let us mention something in the literature of economy. It says that in any political or economic crisis, the nature of the private sector is that it does not want to increase its investments. So, any state that faces an economic or political crisis, the government should intervene directly to support the economic activities and reduce the economic shocks and their impacts on companies and individuals. This is the literature. Egypt has targeted with its investments not only salaries and subsidy, but for the first time, the state is supporting in public investments. And more than half of these investments were targeted to transport, education, health, and infrastructure. The country was in need for infrastructure. So we need to have investment funding. The private sector couldn't have done that, and even in normal conditions, it is not the role of the private sector to work strongly on infrastructure. This is always the role of the state, and sometimes with the participation of the private sector. Yet, the state implemented the major national project that exceeded £7 trillion, and more than 90% of these investments were implemented by the private sector. So here the private sector benefited. It did not have the ability to fund projects, so the state, through the public investments, made the private sector operate. And here we're talking about tens of thousands of companies from the private sector that provided millions of workers. And we are saying now that the private sector is 78% of the manpower. So if the state did not have invest, then we will see how the Egyptian economy would have looked like. At that time, in 2015, we announced major national projects. And here I will speak about the will of the state to implement its promises. In 2015, Egypt had a deficit of 6,000 megawatts of electricity. At that time, we started implementing a number of projects. At the beginning of 2022, Egypt have surplus of 13,000 megawatts. Some would say, why do you have this surplus? If you want to build a country for the coming 20 years and to tell any investment, come establish a project here for 20 years, you need to have a surplus if we're really constructing a state. We moved from electricity capacity of 28,000 megas to 59,000 megas, so we're talking about 110% increase in electricity capacities. At that time, we signed the project for a solar farm, and the project is implemented now. Bin Ban farm, the fourth biggest solar farm worldwide, and when the new phases would be introduced, it would be ranked the second or the third. In 2015, we signed agreements with a number of companies to excavate electricity, like British Petroleum, Eni. And with the strong will of the state, we succeeded in excavating Zohr. And for it to come into service, it was expected to be 4 or 5 years, but the political leadership insisted on getting it into service as quickly as possible, so we pumped more investments. This project could have come into service by 2021. So the state would have kept importing natural gas, but due to increasing the investments, we now are ranked 5th on the regional level for oil and natural gas production. Excuse me, Dr. Mustafa, would you please get back to this slide? Here I would like to make a very important point. This would have never been done unless we have decided the borders with Cyprus and Greece on the Mediterranean Sea and with Saudi Arabia in the Red Sea. No companies would have gone to excavate for gas unless we do these borders. Secondly, it's not just a matter of the idea or the ability, but it's God's gift. If we did not have this well now, then Egypt would have been in darkness, because we do not have enough money to pay $2 million per month for purchasing natural gas to operate the electricity stations. So we would have been in need to pay 10 billion Egyptian pounds to purchase natural gas. From where would we have brought the 10 billion? It means $120 billion annually. So you need to know that God is supporting us. Some people, when they say it, they say, is everything done by God? Yes. But because when we came to draw the borders, we were criticized. Why are you going to do it? And when we found this well, INI took it for 5 years. I said 18 months and not 5 months. They said, how we'll do it? I told them, I will be there to solve any problem for you inside the Egyptian borders. And the land that was allocated for such a project, for a refinery project, was allocated in only 2 hours. And they wanted to have 10,000 for this land in Port Said. The dredging machines went there to develop the platform on which they put the refinery. While Dr. Mustafa is saying, he is just saying headlines, but under every headline there is a story for all Egyptians. I would like to tell you that 25,000 working hours were done by the state and myself. 25,000 working hours, 7 years, 30 days per month, 10 hours a day. So this was done by the support of God. And I swear, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to do it. Egypt's petroleum exports in 1 year jumped by 109%. Last year we have, for the first time in our history, exports of $18 billion. Here I'm talking about the petroleum industries and the petrochemical industries. In comparison to the previous year, it was 8.6%. At that time, there was the dream of the new administrative capital in which we are today. In 2015, we have seen just a master plan, and now you can take a tour and see what was done in the new administrative capital. And we were discussing the idea of establishing smart, environment-friendly means of transportation. And now you have these projects, the LTD, the monorail. Besides these signed projects, what did the state do? We had the important intervention mentioned by the Conference of 1982, the problem of unsafe areas, slum areas, and lack of low-income housing. The state started working on the transport network, and we are reading everything that is written. for roads, bridges, and means of transportation. I wanted just to look at a report from the World Bank launched in 2014. It said that Egypt's losses in Greater Cairo annually due to the traffic is $8 billion US, and expected that if the same conditions would be there, then the losses in 2030 would be $18 billion. This would have been the losses of Egypt due to the continuation of traffic in Greater Cairo only. So we had the necessity of intervening, because if I'm going to lose 8 billion annually, even if we are not going to reach 18, then I'm talking about 80 billion US dollars. I'm not going to talk about the 18. We'll talk about 8 billion US dollars would have been the losses of Egypt because of traffic. And let me also repeat again the study of JICA conducted in 2009 that said that Cairo would become a big parking space in 2020 if there is no system to establish new roads that serve Greater Cairo. We constructed a network not only for Greater Cairo, but we constructed 7,000 kilometers of roads in addition to constructing 10,000 other kilometers. So we're talking about a total 17,000 kilometers. This was how Cairo looked like in 2015, and now 2022, El Munib corridor, after constructing it. You can see now how the traffic is smoother in the ring road. It is so difficult for any state, and it's more costly to repair something that needs repairing. It's much easier to construct something new. So the challenge of expanding a road in the middle of houses made us pay billions to compensate the people in order to deal with this problem, and the cost is $8 billion annually. We did not stop at Greater Cairo. We are working in all Egyptian governorates, constructing new roads. We are constructing a country. Not just roads, we're talking about collective means of transportation. We are about to host COP27, and the whole world is talking about green, modern means of transportation, and Egypt is not less than any other country. So we are investing in establishing a network that would serve us for the coming 30 years. Once more, we are not talking about sedatives. We need to solve the problem for the coming generations. Egypt's indicators regarding infrastructure and the roads network. I will stop at the year 2014. In blue, this was our ranking infrastructure. We were the 125th, and in roads, we were the 118th. Now, we are 52 in infrastructure, 28 in roads. This is so important to know the volume of effort done, so that again we can put Egypt amongst the countries we deserve to be among. We had a problem of urbanization and housing, and all cities that were constructed in Egypt up till 2015 were 24. And excuse me, the President, I would like to invite Dr. Hanafi Gbali to get back to the minutes of the Parliament in 1987, when the Minister of Housing, Hasaballah Kafrawi, stood in the Parliament defending the idea of constructing cities, Sadat, the 10th of Ramadan, Sheikh Zayed, 6th of Ramadan, Shuruq al-Ubur, Burj al-Arab, the time when we were telling him, why do we need these cities? There is no need to spend on these cities. At that time, he defended by saying that we cannot stay on this limited area, and it's much better to give the opportunity to the future generations to live in new planned cities. So we can imagine if the state at that time during to the criticism did not construct these cities. Now these cities are assimilating more than 12 million population, and it has all the industries in Egypt. So where would these 12 million have lived? They would have lived on agricultural lands or in other unsafe areas and slums. Was this enough for the state? Of course not. Because the state with the overpopulation since 2014, 2015 up till this moment, the state constructed more than 1 million housing units. We are constructing 30 new cities, the smart cities or the fourth generation cities. For unsafe areas and slums, we have put investments of 425 billion pounds to put an end to unsafe areas that used to appear in all movies and TV series, and it was a stigma for Egypt. I will show you the image from the last area, Sur Magra al-Uyun, how it is established now. In every area in Egypt, we had these unsafe areas. All these photos are from the past now, and they are replaced by these buildings. And in addition to that, Egypt implemented one of the biggest housing projects for low-income and middle-income segments. The biggest photo is from the low-income areas, and these are all part of the 30 cities that are under construction now. And let's see how these cities look like. This is Al Alamein in 2017. And this was the dream, and now this is the reality of Al Alamein. Al Mansoura 2018, and this is how Al Mansoura looks like now. And on the left side you can find Mansoura University, Al Jalala City, Al Jalala University. Egypt has made a great urban stride that made us this year take 5 awards for different projects in different fields. The whole world is saying what Egypt is doing is an urban miracle. Some people criticize us by saying that you have focused only on concrete, but we are focusing on the human being as well. And in the investments in the education sector, we can see the number of classrooms that were constructed up till 2014. They used to be 5,000. And last year we have constructed 21,000 classrooms. And of course we are constructing new schools, but they will tell us there are accidents that happen in the existing schools. We have 56,000 schools. Some of them need renovation, maintenance, and we are talking about a very big system. As a result of overpopulation, every year we need 20,000 or 25,000 new classrooms to be constructed in addition to the maintenance of the existing ones. And we still have challenges, and we are working on them as our plan. In 2015, we had 23 public universities, 26 private universities. We've added to them 39 new universities, be it public, private, or technological or national. The world rates say that for every 1 million, we need to have 1 university. Now we are talking about 88 universities. So we are closer to the world rate. And these constructed universities would take students for the coming 20 years. health care. Of course, we have increased the investment in health, and this is how Sohag University looked like in 2015, and when it was rebuilt on the lower photo, and there is a boutique hospital. Some people are complaining from the renovation of a number of universities, and we are working to turn all our hospitals into the photos on the left side. And with the big initiatives adopted by the state, the 100 Million Lives Initiative, Women's Health Initiative, Fighting Stunting and Obesity for Children campaign, Renal Failure campaign, made World Health Organization, the same organization that says that Egypt has the highest rate of hepatitis C worldwide, says that the national campaign for ending hepatitis C in Egypt is an achievement, and the 100 million lives is considered to be a role model annually regarding confronting and targeting diseases. Despite that, social protection is taking place strongly. This year, 2022-2023, 239 billion are allocated for Takaful and Karama and for social protection. We had a problem with bread up till 2015, but thank God now, in only 7 years, I do not have a problem with bread, and there is the digital system and the ration card for all citizens. This is how the cylinders looked like in 2015, and now with the expansion in natural gas, we have cylinder warehouses. All this, of course, has a great financial cost incurred by the state. Yet we need to get back to meeting the basic needs. The progress of countries is measured by meeting the basic needs of the citizens. Takaful and Karama is reaching out to 250,000 families. The last project is Decent Life Project, and you all know it. All the villages in Egypt were neglected for tens of years, and every citizen and villager had a dream to know about a wastewater project in his village, or to find potable water. We are talking about a project with an estimate of 700 billion, but we'll exceed this figure. But we need to spend on this project because we're talking about 60 million Egyptians who will enjoy a decent life. With all the implemented projects on the ground, and these are the photos. These are all buildings on the ground. The implementation of these projects is very high, as there were a lot of comics made about lack of credibility in the state, and that it does not implement projects according to schedule. Now there are comics about the volume of projects implemented by the state and how fast they are being implemented. And we follow up this, and sometimes they want to raise doubts about what is being implemented by the state. And 2 days ago, we have seen a comic about a bridge, and through a Photoshop they said that this is how the bridge looks like, and they said that the bridge is pregnant, and they laughed at this project, while the real photo is this one on the left side. So here the idea is that I'm talking to the youth. You need to be aware that raising doubts about what the state is doing through jokes make people start asking, did they really do such a bridge? So it is so important that we as Egyptians, instead of complaining from slow performance. We are complaining now about quick performance. We wanted to do a study saying if the state did not spend on the national projects these investments since 2015 up till now, and we have used the sedatives, what would the Egyptian economy look like? I will show you this slide. And we worked on this slide with a lot of experts. We put a scenario for the inflation, the shocks, the currency rates, the world crises, and we looked at the reality. The reality is shown in green when we pumped the investments, how the growth rate looked like, and what would have been the case if we did not implement these projects, whether these, regardless of whether it provided services to people or not. What would have the Egyptian economy looked like? It would have looked like the line in red. Then our growth rate would have been negative, because we could have suffered from the repercussions of the economic reform, and then the pandemic, and then the Russian crisis. So the Egyptian economy growth rate would have been negative, while we grow 2 million annually. So the unemployment would have been 15.4%. So we can imagine what would have the Egyptian economy been like. Now we have unemployment rate of 7.2%. It could have been 15% if we did not implement these national projects. The last field is improving the investment environment. And let me tell you that this is one of the most difficult challenges facing any country, because here we're not talking about the projects to be implemented on the ground only, but we're talking about the culture and environment of red tape, routine work. And this is the most difficult thing for a country to do reform. We worked on 4 elements here. The first is the legislative framework. And IMF in 2015 said that Egypt needs to do structural reforms. And we did 10 projects to support the investment environment. 6 were issued and 4 are finalized, and the Parliament will discuss them in the near future. They are all working on the automation of procedures, facilitating the procedures. Egypt was always being criticized for not respecting intellectual property rights, and the international companies were worried of coming to Egypt for fear of stealing their ideas. So Egypt launched a strategy this year, and all institutions said now that Egypt took a step in this direction. The OECD up till 2020 was talking about our problem with bureaucracy, red tape, settling disputes. And the state over the last year take a lot of steps to enforce the dispute settlement unit in the cabinet, as well as expanding the investment opportunities map and the investors service offices. We still have a long way to go, and we admit this, but there are steps that are taken. We simplified the procedures. The World Bank said that Egypt is one of the countries that need 173 days for licensing, and we as the cabinet made the decision that the license should be issued in 20 working days. And we have the golden license to automate the tax procedures and remote the dispute settlement, as well as cooperating with the economic courts. Things need time, of course, and it takes years, but at least we have put the steps to implement it. This point was always raised, the quality of land management system, especially for the industrial lands, and they used always to say that Egypt has a problem with land pricing for industrial investments. I would like to stop at this point. According to the directives of the President, we used to talk to the investors and businessmen, and I would like to show you the figures. We saw, has the state not allocated lands for industry, and we found that the state over the previous years allocated 30 million meters square for industrial activities. Some of them were able for free in Upper Egypt, and there are lands everywhere. And we looked at the lands that were developed. We found that after allocating these lands, those that are under service are 3 million meters, which is 10% only. And then when I discussed with the businessmen, telling them we have 27 million meters square that are not developed yet, we received a number of complaints that there are no enough utilities, or the method of offering them makes the brokers take the lands and we as industrialists cannot get them. And they said that you overprice lands and let these lands be for usufruct. So we made a decision that it would be through usufruct or ownership, and that the Industrial Development Authority would issue all the license, even the operation license, on behalf of the investor. And some of them said, I want to expand in my existing factory and there is a plot of land nearby, let me take it. Or someone has a new project in green energy or green hydrogen and would pump investments. So we developed a central mechanism for allocating the lands for such types of projects, expansion projects or strategic projects. And we made a decision to price all lands, and this is published, and all industrial lands in Egypt are priced in Egyptian pounds, so that any investor, if he wants to take any plot of land in Egypt, he will know its price. There is a package of investment incentives we launched during the last year for the investment incentives, the strategy for manufacturing automotives, additional non-tax incentives, the exemption of the 19 industrial sector from the real estate tax for 3 years to enhance competitiveness and open new fields. Let's be transparent. We have complaints that there is no neutral competitiveness, and the private sector wants a clear vision from the state towards its role in economy. That's why we developed the state ownership document, and this document would identify the role of the state and the presence of the state in the different sectors, and we will support competitiveness, and we will have competitiveness protection and the competitiveness impartiality. And the state ownership document will be discussed tomorrow in the first morning session. The state worked also on developing the infrastructure, the investment zones, the free zones, the industrial zones, to make this available for the private sector. And the state started a new important methodology, which is building ourselves, because we found that the small and medium enterprises cannot construct themselves. So we established 17 industrial clusters with a cost of 10.2 billion pounds to construct small enterprises and small factories. And that's why OECD said that the state in the past focused on a number of reforms. And thank God that during the last year, according to the central bank, for the first time, the foreign direct investment is about 8.9 billion US dollars. And I admit that we have a problem in communicating with businessmen, although the state took all these decisions and procedures and we announced them and held press conferences for them and talked about them in talk shows. But when we did a questionnaire with 2,500 facilities before the conference, we found that most of them are not aware of all these procedures made by the state. So there is a problem in communication, and we need to agree together on how to communicate better so that you would know all these procedures, and we have discussions, and I hope through the sessions of the conference we would discuss how can we inform the youngest investor or industrialist about these procedures. To where are we heading? Egypt in the past, especially during the last 10 years, has been through 5 economic crises. Each one of them was capable of destroying any country: 2011, 2013, 2018, COVID, and the Russian-Ukrainian crisis. But despite all that, Egypt is in a strong position that enabled it during COVID-19 to succeed in recovery. With a cost, of course, but at least we were able to get out of it. And we had a positive growth rate, although that most of the similar countries were growing negatively at that time. During the first half of 2021-2022, the growth rate was 9%, something Egypt never did. And this all was an indicator that we are recovering. Then came the Russian-Ukrainian crisis and exerted a lot of pressures on us. We had the recovery in the Egyptian exports and the revenues, and the Financial Times said that Egypt survived from world shrinkage in comparison to other countries, and that the economy is capable of resilience. But the biggest challenge that the whole is facing, Egypt is part of it. This reduced the growth rate, witnessing highest inflation rates and the exit of capitals in Egypt. About 25 billion exited it in January, in only 1 month, and increase of debt worldwide. So while developing this conference and its agenda, we wanted to see what is written about Egypt, even abroad or in Egypt, and we found that in 2 months 1,424 reports and articles were published. We read them all to know how the world speaks about us, and we did a poll with the business community, 1,600 facilities. They said that these are the problems right now: exportation difficulties, simplifying measures, increasing export opportunities, increasing local production, reopening of factories. As you can see before you, we can summarize our crisis in Egypt in 2 groups of challenges. Challenges imposed on us by international crisis, inflation, soaring prices, increase of debt, especially external debt, lack of production inputs. This is what we need to focus on to get out of the crisis on the short term. And the sessions of this conference will discuss it, but let us admit that we have still structural chronic challenges. Some of them dates back to 1982, increase of overpopulation, weak participation of the private sector, the external debt, reduction of opportunities of foreign investments in comparison to the GDP, and fluctuation in the participation of the private sector in the economic activities. For each one of them, there would be a session discussing it. We have put in the state a number of targets, and through the sessions, we wish that each official would present his vision and give the opportunity to all experts, politicians, economists to assist us in agreeing on a clear roadmap for all these problems. We have targets we are working on: increasing experts to 100 billion, increasing tourism revenues, And we are developing a new program with IMF, different mechanisms to increase the participation of the private sector in economic activities, launching. The President said that we need to look at the package of social protection so that the state would keep protecting those impacted by the economic burdens. So this would be one of the important points we will discuss to see how can we work on it and how can we secure overcoming the challenges and the policies. Expanding in funding national projects through partnership with the private sector. The state believes that it did the needed infrastructure, and despite the national projects we still need, we are offering through this conference the opportunity for the private sector to participate in implementing these projects. And we will discuss this through a number of sessions, developing the capital market and the exchange market, increasing industry, providing the industry inputs. All these are procedures that would be discussed by the state during the conference. How can we empower the private sector? We have our vision, but we need to listen to you and agree on a roadmap by the end of the conference to start implementing it. Let me wrap up by saying that our objective from this conference is not to struggle about the past, but it's more important to agree on a roadmap for the Egyptian economy to be turned into plans that would contribute to the stability of our country so that it would be among the developed countries. Thank you, and sorry for being lengthy. What is the meaning of inflation? Why are we constructing these roads? Do we have a problem with wheat and we do not have a reserve? Many questions might be asked by a citizen, a relative, a friend. But is the problem the answer or the question, or who answers these questions? In fact, it's the right of everyone to ask. But it's more important to know who can give us the information without misusing it or misleading us. Good morning, Dr. Ismail. Good morning. The last part of our lecture would be how our economy developed after July 52 revolution up till today. You mean how it deteriorated? No, developed. How did it develop while we were giving loans to UK and US in the post? No. We said that you need to forget what is published in social media. We're talking here about information, statistics and figures. Would you tell me what are the statistics? Before 1952 revolution, our economy was based on agriculture and a small number of factories owned by foreigners. But all our resources were coming from cotton. Our cotton was harvested and would go to the UK to be manufactured abroad, and they used to take it and repay afterwards. And the Egyptians were in difficult conditions back then. Miss Laila, how was it difficult? The photos we see show clean streets. We said do not get your historical information from photos and images only. In 1937, for example, the population was 15 million. Most of them were working in agriculture. 10 million of them were poor. Illiteracy was 90% and bilharzia infected 70%. And when the cholera came, it led to the death of thousands. And go on. So now we have constructed it from the scratch. Yes, and it was not an easy job. When we nationalized the canal, we had the tripartite aggression, and we started constructing a number of factories, and afterwards we had the defeat. Excuse me, I have a question. After the defeat, what happened to the economy? Although the defeat was very difficult, yet in fact, the state did not collapse, because we have developed a strong economy, and most of our resources were going to developing and building the army until we were able to restore our land in 1973. And afterwards, the liberalization wasted all that. No, we continued. This was a compensation for the people for the years. Of course, there were mistakes because it was focusing on consumption more, but it was a political elasticity at that time. They tried to remove the subsidy. How was it a compensation? We might differ according to the timing, but if it would lasted, then it would have negatively influenced development. You mean bridges and roads, Yusuf? Are you going every time to say this? Why are you prevented from speaking? I'm a student exactly like yourself and have the right to speak. Would you turn it into a fight? Excuse me, didn't you finish yet, Dr. Ismail? No, doctor, I haven't finished. We'll continue tomorrow. Explain to those who do not understand and be calmer together. Why aren't you listening to us, Ismail? If you do not enjoy being with us, we can leave. Once he came back from university, he was like that. Today I had a student who was very pessimistic, and I felt then that people do not understand everything going on, and this is a student who studies economy. He deals with figures and statistics. Things are ambiguous. People do not know whether we are on the right track or not. Yes, the decision of floating the pound was wrong. The price of everything has increased. You felt that because it happened late. It should have been done 50 years ago, but people were happy. Yes, because they did not understand that this was a loss. Step by step, explain to us what you're talking about. If you would say that the real price of the dollar equals 10 Egyptian pounds and the state intervened and said no, it should be only 5 pounds, what happens then? The commodity you receive for $100 and would cost at a local price 1,000 pounds and would be sold at 500 pounds. This is very good, yes. But it would have repercussions afterwards because the exported project would be sold at a lower price than its real price, and we would consume more and import more because the exports are at a lower price. The local alternative, you won't enjoy that for a period. With the first crisis you will face, things would be difficult and the state won't find the reserve. Yes, of course, because we would be in the middle. Your local product would have lost and you do not have currency to import. And then we will have a grave crisis and an old crisis. We were all so happy because we took sedatives. What's the problem with that? Before 2011, people had it, and No, things were not fine. Otherwise, weren't people angry? Did you forget about unemployment and hepatitis C that infected all the Egyptians and the young people who were not able to get an apartment? And that's why they had to live in unsafe areas. And 60% of the buildings were slums, and we needed schools and hospitals. Have you forgotten that all? Let's forget about the pound. What about the subsidy? We used to pay per liter diesel £3, and now it's £10 because you used to give you £7 from our pocket, not from your pocket, from the pocket of the state. The state's pocket is my pocket. Imagine that this state is like a family. The family receives money through the father's salary and it spends according to that, but the state does not have salaries and it brings its money from taxes. So when it spends it, it needs to know where is it going to spend it. Yes, the state has priorities. It might spend the money on infrastructure, building a hospital or a school or constructing a road, and not put diesel in your car. We pay £7 for every time you pay only £3 per liter. This is called subsidy. So it should go to the poor ones. Yes. I agree with you. So we are not only subsidizing the diesel of Aunt Siham's car or the water that father uses to irrigate our garden every morning. Okay. Economic reform should have been done. Otherwise, we would have faced more pain. And when we came to 2011, the reserve collapsed. So the sedative was over. Every time you tell us 2011, you started to raise your voice like your mother. There has been a change, and not only one change, two changes in 2011 and 2013. The economic impacts were destroying. We lost equals to the current hard currency reserve we had about 13 times. Of course, the historical events cause a problem. In addition to terrorism, our losses are not only of terrorism, but we lost billions of dollars. You forgot something, Ismail. So get up and wash your hands. We finished our meal. We came from Tajamma October in 1 hour and a half. We took this road. It's a very good road. It used to take us a very long time, about 2 hours to come to you. This is the development we're talking about. Will you make me speak again? What do you want to say? What development? Roads and bridges only? Can't you see what's happening? Don't you see anything except roads and streets and bridges? Yes, okay, 2, 3 roads, but why all these roads? Do we need them all? Yes, and it needs even more. We are not a small country. We are 100 million population. Who constructed these roads? It's the Egyptians. So 5 million workers came back from the wars in the region. What would have they done? They started working in the construction of these projects. We were ranked 118 in the quality of roads, and now we are ranked the 28th. Very good. Then we got the World Cup in roads. He is the owner of a factory. If I want to invest in the country and I do not find the roads, what would I do? I would say I would never put my money in unsafe roads. What would be the case if an accident happened to my vehicles or my project? Yes, this is the first page in the book of economy. If you want to have investment, construct roads through which these investments would go. We established a road network 5 times equals the road from Cairo to Alexandria, and we have dug tunnels below Suez Canal to construct Sinai. Isn't this development? Not only the roads, we have projects in the railways. Yes, the trains that used to get on fire and in accidents. We had numerous accidents. We had 11 corridors over the River Nile from Aswan till Bihira. So we are not constructing only in Cairo, but in all governorates. This is called just development and not a just development. Transport is not important for an investor. Infrastructure is equally important. Electricity, for example. This is the backbone of any factory. Imagine a factory without electricity. Could we have sat like that without any electricity outage in 2012 or 2013? The infrastructure was weak, 50 years without maintenance or upgrading, and instead of having deficit, we have now surplus. Isn't this development? Energy is so important for any investment. If any country has a strong network, anyone can invest in this country. Energy is something very important, and we have excavated natural gas fields, and instead of importing gas, we are rather exporting it now. Are you still discussing the same topic? Here is the dessert. Let us take tea in the balcony. No, we'll take our tea here. I will go out with you. Peasant. Please don't be upset with what I said. Discussions don't make me upset. Since you are optimistic, to where are we heading? Things are not at its best in the whole world and not just in Egypt. The pandemic was a big crisis, and afterwards came Russia-Ukraine war, and its cost would be even higher. But the prices have increased gravely, but they are there. Did you go to buy anything and did not find it? You have not lived the times when we used to stand in a queue to just buy a soap. Okay, but what about the poor people? We are confronting poverty now more than ever. There is Takaful and Karama program and Decent Life project that changed the lives of people. And the subsidy was taken to do social protection for the people who deserve the subsidy, and not those who change their cars every year. For the first time, we don't have a crisis in housing. We have social housing unit, and any employee now can pay a down payment, and we are putting an end also to unsafe slums. What about selling the assets of Egypt? No, they are not being sold there. They are offered to the private sector, and this happens in countries all over the world. Egypt now is doing its best, and it's time these assets would be given to people who can operate them. The state is creating the suitable environment for investors rather than being an investor. We have a lot of problems. We are 104 million population. The increase in population is 2.5 million annually, one of the highest worldwide. And as the president said, do you want it to be a state or not? Of course, we want it to be a state. very well.
عايزينها دولة بطرق كويسة.
Then with good roads, without unsafe areas or train accidents or electricity outage, without housing crisis, without people collecting subsidy and purchase Mercedes. We are moving forward towards a better future.
عشان
Not for us, but for you, the coming generations. Where are you? They are leaving. Of course, he gave you a lot of figures. On the contrary, he explained to me a lot of things. Thank you all.
ما تتصوروش انتوا اسعدتوني وافدتوني قد ايه.
صباح الخير يا دكتور اسماعيل.
Good morning, Dr. Ismail. Good morning.
المستقبل مشرق يا شباب.
The future is bright.
مشرق يا يوسف. وانا مش هرتاح.
I won't rest assured until you are all happy and glad and optimistic.
والتطرق أكثر إلى البيئة
And to
الاقتصادية
discuss
العالمية
the world
والتحديات
economic
الراهنة
environment and the
التي
current
تفرضها على دول
challenges
العالم أجمع.
imposed on different countries
يشرفنا في هذا
worldwide,
الإطار أن
we
نستمع
would like to
لكلمة
listen
مسجلة
to
للدكتور
a
محمد
recorded speech
العريان،
from Dr.
الخبير
Mohammed Al-Aryan,
الاقتصادي
the economic
والمصري العالمي.
expert.
It is such a pleasure to be with you today. Most of the focus of this conference is going to be on the outlook for Egypt, the opportunities, the risks, and the possibility of unleashing Egypt's considerable potential. I've been asked to focus elsewhere. I've been asked to focus not on Egypt, but on the environment in which Egypt operates. Think of a house and the neighborhood. Most of the conference will focus on the house. I will focus on the neighborhood. And as we all know, neighborhoods matter for the house. Good neighborhoods can enhance the value of the house and make things much easier. Challenged neighborhoods can challenge the house. Our inconvenient reality today is that we live in a challenged neighborhood, and that is the global economy and the global financial system. Those challenges come from the developed world, from the advanced countries, and from the G7 economies in particular. And the greater the instability in the advanced countries, the more fragility in the global economy, and the more difficult it is for other countries. Let me give you a very recent example, just to give you a feel for the fluidity of the situation we're in. Again, this example has to do with advanced economies, and in particular with the G7 economy, so among the elite grouping of the advanced economies. How often does the G7 economy have the following happen to it? 1, a disorderly collapse in its currency. 2, a disorderly increase in yields. 3, a public reprimand from the IMF. 4, a warning from a rating agency. 5, emergency central bank intervention. And 6, multiple government policy U-turns that have ended up with the resignation of the prime minister. These 6 things happened in the G7 economy, and they happened just in the last 5 weeks. And they illustrate the inherent unthinkable instability that we have right now that comes from the advanced countries. Of course, the UK is a very special example. It was triggered, the instability was triggered by a policy slippage, a fiscal slippage, the attempt to cut taxes without having compensating revenue measures. But there is sources of instability all over the advanced economy. In the United States, the Federal Reserve, the most powerful central bank in the world, is playing catch up with inflation. It mischaracterized inflation as transitory. it fell behind in what it needed to do, and is now increasing interest rate at one of the fastest rates we have ever seen in history. Many believe that this will force the US economy into recession, and quite a few of us are concerned that that could undermine the functioning of financial markets around the world. There's also the Bank of Japan. It is having issues in a world of higher interest rates, and the same for the European Central Bank. The bottom line is that we are now living in an unusually uncertain global economy. It's not just uncertain, it is unusually uncertain. Why is this happening? Why has the neighborhood become more unstable and more fragile? Of course, there are lots of reasons for this. Here are the three that I think are among the major ones. The first has to do with the ability to grow. Many countries have lost that ability to grow because the global economy has changed characteristics. We have gone from a global economy that was lacking enough demand to a global economy that's lacking enough supply. There are supply disruptions everywhere. And as a result, there are new headwinds to economic growth. Globalization is also changing because of geopolitics, because of companies' desire to put resilience ahead of efficiency. We are seeing a different type of globalization. That is why the three major regions in the world economically, China, Europe, and the United States, they are all slowing at the same time. So the three engines of growth for the global economy are slowing at the same time. This is why the IMF also had to revise its projections earlier this month and warned us, and I quote from it, "The worst is yet to come." So the first issue we have is a growth deficit in the world economy. The second issue we have is inflation, high and persistent inflation. Now, that inflation has gone from being caused by the energy shock coming out of the Ukraine-Russia war, from the food shock also coming out of that war, to becoming something that is much more broad-based. Economists measure drivers of inflation by something called the core measures. The core measures try to take out the volatile ones, the ones that go up and down. For the United States, for Europe, and for Japan, core inflation is still going up. So we have an inflation problem, which is forcing central banks into a very difficult trade-off. Do they go hard against inflation and risk crushing the economy and causing also financial instability? Or are they soft towards inflation and risk stagflation, that combination of low growth and high inflation? The central banks and the Federal Reserve in particular in the United States has opted for going hard against inflation, which has meant that the dollar has appreciated very strongly, over 20% against the other world currencies this year. And that, of course, means more imported inflations for other countries. It means more pressure on their own currency and more pressure on their own reserves. What about the third reason? The third reason has to do with financial market functioning. Think of it in the following way. The system adapted to its environment, and that environment was characterized by more than a decade of very low interest rates, 0 in the United States, negative in Europe, and massive injection of liquidity by central banks. In a world like this, the financial system took on too much debt, took on too much leverage, because it assumed that this regime would continue for a long time. However, inflation has changed all this. And as a result, the financial system itself has to adjust to this changing reality. And as I said earlier, it is a reality that is changing very quickly. This is the most front-loaded interest rate hike by the Federal Reserve in many, many decades. With that comes liquidity strains in the world's biggest financial markets. With that comes massive market reactions to any policy slippage, as we saw with the United Kingdom. And with that comes the risk of a financial accident. This is a very challenging environment for the vast majority of countries in the world. The neighborhood is challenging the house. It's an environment, it's a reality that requires great care, significant resilience, and agility. Agility in reacting to all these unthinkables. These three attributes, care, resilience, and agility, are the ones you should keep in mind as we transition from the neighborhood to the house, the Egyptian economy and its implication. I started with the image of a house and a neighborhood. Let me conclude with another image, that of a very bumpy journey to a better destination. The bumpiness of this journey comes from the shocks that the global economy and global finance are being subjected to. It's an inherently bumpy journey, but it is to a better destination. That destination will be characterized with growth that is more inclusive, more sustainable in terms of climate and the environment. It will be characterized by a more genuinely stable financial system, no longer the artificial finance of central banks in the advanced countries, but genuine financial stability. And it's the world that we hope will be characterized by better global policy coordination to address common problems. I thank you for your attention, and I wish you a wonderful discussion in this conference. Thank you.
The conference will discuss in a number of sessions important topics and big issues like inflation, financial and monetary policies, as well as the state ownership document, in addition to other issues. And in light of the constructive participation we received from the Secretariat of the National Dialogue, a number of questions that would be included in the sessions of this conference. And the conference collected the most prominent questions the citizens have. We would like to thank President Sisi for the invitation to the economic conference at this sensitive time in light of the worldwide economic changes. And we wish the best to the conference, and we hope there would be a mechanism developed to follow up the implementation of the recommendations of this conference. And would this economic conference be held regularly, for example, on an annual basis, to evaluate after the year the results and the implementation of its outcomes? In the future, we need an environment that achieves competitiveness for all types of Egyptian companies, the major, the small and medium companies, along with the different economic groups. So is a time frame for gradual exiting from the economic scene to give the opportunity to small and medium enterprises. This economic conference comes after the invitation of the President to all experts and economists to discuss the future of Egyptian economy, especially in light of the universal economic crisis. I looked at the economic conference from different perspectives, the first of which is the timing, and it is very important and very suitable to holding such a conference. As for the goal, the economic conference will try to answer a number of questions, like describing inflation in Egypt, reasons for inflation, the structural reforms to be implemented for the development of the economy, in addition to the solutions and procedures to be made. I have two questions. We all wait for the negotiations with the International Monetary Fund, and will an agreement be signed with them soon? The second question, the political parties want to know more about the social protection network in light of the inflation. There should be monetary policies that would give social protection to the needy segments of the community. There is Takaful and Karama initiative. What are the economic policies that would take into consideration the human element in the Egyptian citizen? There is a time frame for the program and the economic map that would be presented by this conference, and it would be on a short term. We are part of one political system, so we want the government and the opposition to achieve our goal. Thanks and appreciation to the political leadership, President Sisi, for giving us the opportunity to ask a number of questions to the conference. I would like to thank the organizers of this economic conference. In light of the efforts exerted by the state to achieve economic stability, how would the state deal with some of the practices that negatively influences the exchange rate? Some of people want to focus on manufacturing, and there are international models to support technology industries. So would the state attract investments and establish a specialized zone that would give Egypt the ability to be a pioneer here? Our wishes to the People's Republic Party, to the conference, to serve the Egyptian citizen, and we have a number of recommendations to share with the conference. We want to see more harmonization between monetary and economic policies, because they are the two faces of the same coin, and we wish that there would be more participation from the private sector and more foreign investors, because the private sector is the engine to developing the economy of any country. We wish that the conference would identify the main problems and to find solutions, in particular regarding increasing the production capacities of the Egyptian economy and achieving high level of self-sufficiency from food, as well as developing the production capabilities in industry, and confront obstacles to local industry and reduce the gap in the trade balance between imports and exports. In addition to making the Egyptian economy enjoy more resilience to crises, so long as it depends on industrial products or food products. The state ownership document is a very important one because it identifies the role of the state in economy. A very important role related to enhancing the investment environment, enhancing competitiveness. The state is going to exit a number of economic sectors. So my question to the conference is the procedures and the government plan to deal with the problem of congestion in ports and the measures that would be made to liberate trade. The second question is the guarantees to be announced by the state regarding privatization, exiting economic sectors, and not to compete with the private sector. I wish you all success in the important conference you are attending. As a specialist in political sciences and not in economy, I have questions. The first is the economic conference is important due to the importance of discussing the trends of the Egyptian economy and the indicators of this economy's performance, as well as the impact on the citizens and the community, the role of the state, the role of the private sector, the sustainable development rates, the trade balance between imports and exports, the external debt and the internal debt, as well as reconsidering the methods of dealing with rescheduling these debts or putting a long-term plan. I have a question to the conference, which is how can you communicate with the public opinion in Egypt, because the citizens wait for the outcomes. So I hope that you would communicate with the public opinion to present to them the outcomes of the conference and the influence of them on the economic policies.
اساله بس اخر يعني الزنقه اللي احنا فيها دي امتى؟
When this difficulty would come to an end, to where are we heading? What about the exports and the imports? The problem of wheat. We hear a lot about wheat. So would you please tell us how much wheat reserve do we have and what's the alternative? Would the prices keep increasing? What about the debts? Would we repay the debts through the projects we're implementing? What about unemployment? I myself cannot find a job. What is the plan to develop the Egyptian local products? We plant wheat and sell it to traders. The traders buy it at a lower price. When will the prices be lower? The electricity, the tomatoes, the onions, when things would be cheaper? The prices are increasing and the salaries are fixed. So what would the youth do? And when we are going to construct factories for tourism, since we are working in this field, what is the plan for this sector? I'm from Qena, and I gave birth to a boy after 40 years. Would I be reassured about my son?
ستجيب الجلسات
The
النقاشية
sessions during this conference will answer all these questions. Distinguished guests, by this we came to the end of the opening session, and the sessions are going to start soon. Thank you, the President. Thank you all, and now we will take a short break, but before the break, we would like to ask the President if he has any comments to make. In the name of Allah, we'll take the break, and I will get back here to talk to you. As this is an open discussion about Egypt and its conditions, and I want to talk from the perspective of the responsibility you gave to me. So we'll take a 10 minutes break, and then we'll meet again, and I will speak then.
صباح الخير يا دكتور اسماعيل.
صباح النور. آخر جزء في محاضرتنا ازاي اقتصادنا اتطور بعد ثورة يوليو 52 لغاية النهارده. اتفضل.
حضرتك اكيد تقصد ازاي اتدهور.
لا اتطور يا ضيف وتقدم كمان.
اتطور ازاي يا دكتور واحنا كنا بنسلف انجلترا وفرنسا زمان؟
غلط. احنا مش قلنا كلام السوشيال ميديا ده يتساب بره باب الجامعه؟ احنا هنا بنتكلم في معلومات، يعني ارقام واحصائيات.
حضرتك ممكن تقول لي
انا مش هعيد ومش
اتفضل يا ضيف. احنا قبل ثوره 52 كان اقتصادنا قايم على الزراعه وشويه مصانع صغيره كده كان بيمتلكها غالبا اجانب. لكن مواردنا كلها كانت جايه من زراعه القطن. كان القطن بتاعنا يتشال من الغيط يروح لانجلترا مباشره يصنعوه هناك، وكانوا بياخدوه على النوته، يقول لك احنا بنسلفهم. واحوال المصريين للاسف كانت صعبه جدا. ايوه يا نسا ليلى اتفضلي.
هي ازاي كانت صعبه يا دكتور؟ يعني الصور اللي بنشوفها بتبين شوارع نظيفه، ناس متشيكه.
برضه يا ليلى احنا قلنا ما ناخدش معلوماتنا التاريخيه من الصور بس. مثلا احنا سنة 37 كان تعدادنا 15 مليون، معظمهم بيشتغل في الزراعة. 10 مليون منهم معدمين، لا بيت ولا أرض ولا بهيمة. الأمية كانت 90%، ومرض البلهارسيا 70%. ولما تيجي الكوليرا تشوط في سكتها آلاف. كانوا بيسموها الشوطة. أيوه اتفضلي.
يعني كده نعتبر بنيناها من الأول خالص يا دكتور.
بالظبط، بس ما كانش بالسهل. احنا أول ما أممنا القناة وبنينا السد حصل عدوان الثلاثي. ابتدينا نبني شوية مصانع نشم نفسنا شوية، حصلت النكسة.
لو تسمح لي يا دكتور سؤال، بعد النكسة الاقتصاد عمل إيه؟
رغم إن النكسة كانت صعبة جدا، لكن الحقيقة الدولة ما انهارتش، لأننا كنا بالفعل عملنا اقتصاد قوي. بس معظم مواردنا كانت بتروح لبناء الجيش لحد ما استردينا أرضنا في حرب 73 في اليوم العظيم،
وضيعنا كل اللي اتعمل بالانفتاح.
أختلف معاك، احنا كملنا توسع. الانفتاح كان تعويض للشعب عن سنوات الصبر والمعاناة. صحيح اتنفذ غلط وكان استهلاكي أكتر وكان فيه أخطاء لكن هو ساعتها كان ضرورة سياسية.
يعوضهم ازاي وهو حب يلغي الدعم؟
أنا ممكن أتفق أو أختلف معاك في التوقيت أو إزاي ده حصل، لكن كان ضروري لأن استمراره في الأزمنة اللي بعد كده كانت ضريبته هتبقى غالية جدا ويأثر على التنمية.
تنمية يعملوا كباري وطوب وزلط قصدك يا دكتور؟
بقول لك ايه يا يوسف، ما بلاش الاسلوب ده، ولا انت هتقعد كل مرة تعمل لنا دوشة؟
تحسد الرأي ليه؟ أنا طالب زيك ومن حقي أتكلم.
جرى يا شباب، انتوا هتقلبوها خناقة شوارع ولا إيه؟ دي مش طريقه اختلاف الراي ابدا، عيب كده.
انا اسفه، حضرتك لسه ما خلصتش يا دكتور اسماعيل؟
للاسف دكتوره لسه، بس هنكمل بكره. اتفضلي اتفضلي حضرتك. بالراحه على بعض يا شباب، واللي مش فاهم اشرح له.
انا عاجبني شعرك الاسبوع. مالك يا اسماعيل يا اخويا مساهم كده ليه؟ لا ما هو لو انت مخنوق من قعدتنا نقوم نمشي.
لا
يا حبيبتي من ساعة ما رجع من الجامعة وسهم الله نازل عليه كده معرفش ليه.
اصل انا يا جماعه النهارده كان معايا طالب متشائم قوي. حسيت ساعتها ان الناس برضو ما بيوصلهاش كل اللي بيحصل، وده طالب اقتصادي يعني بيتعامل مع احصائيات وارقام ويفهم منها اللي بيحصل.
ما هو معذور يا اسماعيل، الموضوع مغيم شويتين، محدش عارف ان كنا ماشيين صح ولا ماشيين غلط.
اه والله عندك حق. ما هو بصراحه يعني قرار التعويم ده كان غلط من الاساس. اه والله غلط يا اسماعيل، كل حاجه سعرها ارتفع.
انت حسيتي بده لانه حصل متاخر، ده كان المفروض يحصل من 50 سنه واكتر.
بس الناس كانت مبسوطة يا اسماعيل.
ايوه لانهم ما كانوش داريانين ان ده هيرجع عليهم بالخساره.
لا معلش، واحده واحده علينا بقى يا دكتور عشان نفهم. لما يكون كلام على الفلوس تفهمنا بقى ايه اللي بيحصل.
كلام بفلوس هقوله لك ببلاش. لو قلنا ان الدولار سعره الحقيقي 10 جنيه، الدولة تدخلت وقالت لا سعره 5 جنيه بس، اللي بيحصل ايه؟ السلعة اللي بتجيلك ب 100 دولار اللي هي ثمنها بالسعر المحلي بتاعنا 1000 جنيه، بتتباع في السوق ب 500 جنيه.
طب هو في احلى من كده؟
ايوه بس دي حلاوة هتلسعك بعد كده، لأن المنتج المستورد بقى بيتباع أرخص من ثمنه الحقيقي، ونتحول احنا بقى لشعب مستهلك ونستورد أكتر، لأن المستورد أرخص من المنتج المحلي اللي يا عيني عمال يخسر لأنه بيبيع بالسعر الحقيقي.
يا سيدي هو يعني البديل المحلي ده كان ابن عمنا، خلينا ننبسط.
ما هو انت مش هتتبسطي كده كتير. مع اول هزه هتحصل زي اللي حصل في 2011 و2013 كده الدنيا هتبوظ. هتيجي بقى الدوله تطلع من الاحتياطي النقدي ما تلاقيش. صح يا دكتور؟
صح طبعا. هنبقى لا حصلنا لا بلح الشام ولا عنب اليمن. ايوه ما انت خلاص المنتج المحلي بتاعك خسر وفلس وما عندكيش عمله عشان تستوردي، وندخل بقى في ازمه عنيفه.
ازمه كمان قديمه بتنخر زي السوس وانت مش حاسه. احنا كلنا كنا كمان فرحانين لاننا كنا واخدين مسكن.
وايه يعني المسكن؟ طب ما هي الناس قبل 2011 كانت ماشيه بالمسكن وهي ماشيه.
لا ما كانتش ماشيه ولا حاجه. امال هي الناس كانت متضايقه ليه؟
ماشيه ازاي يعني؟ انتوا نسيتوا البطاله؟ نسيتوا الشباب اللي بيتخرج من الجامعه كل سنه ويقعد جنب اهله بالسنين مش لاقي شغلانه؟ ولا فيروس سي اللي بياكل في كبد المصريين؟ ولا الشاب بيبقى بيحلم بشقه ويقعد لحد ما يبقى عنده 40 سنه على ما يلم فلوسها، واول ما يجي يسكن في العشوائيات المرعبه. بلد ايه اللي 60% من مبانيها عشوائيات؟ مدارسها محتاجه مدارس، ومستشفياتها محتاجه مستشفيات. انتوا نسيتوا ولا ايه؟
سيبك من التعويم، خلينا بقى في الدعم اللي اتشال. بذمتك ينفع كنا بنفول العربيه ب 3 جنيه اللتر، دلوقتي اللتر داخل على 10 جنيه؟
عشان كنا بندفع لك من جيبنا 7 جنيه على كل لتر بنزين.
من جيبكوا ايه؟ لا يا اخويا ده من جيب الدوله.
والدوله مين غير انا وانتي وهي وهو؟
خليني ابسطها لك. اعتبري الدوله دي زي الاسره. الاسره بيدخل لها فلوس من مرتب الاب، فبتصرف على قد الفلوس اللي بتخش لها دي.
بس الدوله ما عندهاش مرتبات وبيجيب فلوسها من الضرايب، فلازم لما تصرفهم تعرفي هتصرفهم في ايه. صح الكلام؟
بالظبط. الدوله ليها اولويات، يعني ممكن تصرف الفلوس بتاعتها في البنيه التحتيه، تبني مستشفى، تبني مدرسه، تصلح طريق، مش تحط بيهم بنزين في عربيتك عشان تبقي مبسوطه وراضيه.
بص يا سيهان، كل ضربة مسدس في تانك عربيتك من ابو 3 جنيه احنا بندفع عليها 7 جنيه من ضرايبنا. طبعا اللهم لا حسد عربية موديل السنة. ده اسمه دعم، يعني لازم يروح للفقراء.
ده اللي انا بقول عليه برضو انه نوع من المسكنات.
انا معاك يا عم. يعني احنا مش بس بندعم بنزين عربية طنط سهام او كهرباء بيت عم حسن اللي فاتح فيها التكييف 24 ساعة صيف شتاء، ولا ميه الشرب اللي بابا بيسقي بيها جنينه البيت كل يوم وبعد ما يخلص بيطلع على الشارع يرشه عشان يصبح على جيرانه؟
بقت كده يعني. طيب اشوفك في الجنينه تاني، اخرك باب اوضتك.
تصدق انت مفتري انت مفتري بجد.
الاصلاح الاقتصادي كان لازم يحصل، ما كان خلاص السوسه اللي بابا اتكلم عليها وصلت للعصب وابتدينا نحس بالوجع والمسكن ما بقاش نافع.
ولما وصلنا ل 2011 الاحتياطي بدأ ينهار. مش السوسه بس وصلت للعصب، المسكن كمان خلص.
يا دي 2011، هو كل ما يحصل مشكله هتقولوا لنا 2011؟
صوتك ابتدى يعلى زي ماما على فكره، بس مش هتخوفين. خلي بالك يا بنتي، مش في تغيير حصل؟ مش تغيير واحد، والتغييرين في 2011 و2013. الاحداث اللي حصلت تبعاتها الاقتصاديه كانت مرعبه.
ده احنا خسرنا قد الاحتياطي النقدي اللي احنا كنا فرحانين بيه قوي ده يجي 13 مره.
دايما الاحداث الكبيره في التاريخ بيبقى لها ثمن اقتصادي باهظ.
ده غير الارهاب واللي عملوا فينا الارهاب.
احنا مش بس خسائرنا من الارهاب ارواح الشهداء اللي راحوا، انما خسائرنا الاقتصاديه بمئات المليارات.
بس انت نسيت حاجه مهمه قوي يا اسماعيل.
ايه؟
تقوم تغسل ايديك يا راجل، احنا مخلصين الاكل بقالنا ربع ساعه. احنا جينا من التجمع لاكتوبر في ساعه الا ربع، خدنا الطريق الاوسطي على طول. الطريق ده هاين.
الطريق ده كويس قوي 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 يا اسماعيل بصراحه. احنا كنا بنتعذب عشان نجي لكم المشوار ده، كنا بنقعد لنا ساعتين ثلاثه على الدائري.
ما هي دي التنميه اللي كنا بنتكلم عليها.
انت هتخلينا اتكلم تاني يا خالو اسماعيل على فكره.
عايزه تقولي ايه يا اخر حظنا انت؟ اتكلم.
تنميه ايه والنبي؟ طرق وكباري يعني؟
ده ايه النغمه الجديده دي؟ انتوا مش شايفين في اللي بيحصل غير الكباري والطرق؟ انا برضه سمعت الكلمتين دول النهارده في الجامعه.
ما هو اصل تعمل طريق ماشي، طريقين وماله، لكن كل الطرق دي ليه؟ هي مصر محتاجه كل الطرق دي يعني؟
محتاجه كل ده ومحتاجه اكتر من ده كمان. احنا مش دوله صغيره، احنا 100 مليون بني ادم، يعني 5 دول في بعض.
وبعدين الطرق دي لما اتعملت مين اللي عملها؟ المصريين، وفتحت بيوت كتير.
يعني 5 مليون عامل رجعوا من بره بسبب الحروب اللي دايره في المنطقه. كان هيروحوا فين ولا يشتغلوا ايه؟ اشتغلوا في البلد وعمروا وبنوا.
احنا خلينا البلد تفوق. انت عارفه احنا كنا رقم 118 على العالم في جوده الطرق، دلوقتي بقينا رقم كام؟
كام؟
رقم 28.
لا برافو، يعني كده خدنا كاس العالم في الطرق.
سكت مراتك. انت هتجلطيني يا ساعة.
ليه يا اخوي؟
اسال اخوك، مش اخوك ده صاحب مصنع؟ لو انا مستثمر وعايز استثمر في بلد ولقيت الطرق بتاعتها بايظه وخربانه، هعمل ايه؟
ههرب طبعا. انا ايه اللي يخليني احط فلوسي في بلد ممكن مثلا عربيه شايله بضاعه تتقلب على الطريق واخسر بضاعتي بقى وفلوسي، ولا مثلا يبقى عندي مشوار مهم رايح اقابل عميل او حاجه واتاخر في اشاره ولا في طريق بايظ؟ ليه يعني اكلف نفسي ده كله ليه وانا راجل وقتي بفلوس؟
دي اول صفحه في كتاب الاقتصاد. عايز تعملي استثمار؟ اعملي طرق عشان الاستثمار ده يمر من خلال.
احنا عملنا شبكه طرق قد من اسكندريه لاسوان 5 مرات، وطورنا وحدثنا القديم حفاظا على ارواح الناس، وحفرنا انفاق تحت قناه السويس عشان نعمر سينا. دي مش تنميه؟
ده مش بس الطرق، ده احنا عملنا شغل في السكه الحديد حلو قوي.
والله فكرتني بالسكه الحديد. كانت بتقول لك كانت ماشيه، القطارات اللي كانت بتتحرق وتتقلب والناس تموت، كانت حوادثها ما بتخلصش.
احنا عملنا 11 محور على النيل من اول اسوان لحد البحيره في الكام سنه اللي فاتوا دول.
من اسوان للبحيره، يعني مش بنعمر في القاهره بس، لا بنعمر في كل مصر. دي مش اسمها تنميه، اسمها عداله في التنميه.
عارف، مش بس النقل مهم بالنسبه للمستثمر زيي، البنيه التحتيه كمان حاجه مهمه جدا. الكهرباء مثلا، الكهرباء دي عماد اي مصنع. تخيل انت بقى مصنع من غير كهرباء هيحصل فيه ايه؟ هيقفل طبعا.
يعني القعده اللي احنا قاعدينها دي كنا نعرف نقعدها في 2012 ولا 2013 من غير الكهرباء ما تقطع؟
فكرتني، مين فينا ما كانش بيخزن الشمع في الدرج عشان لما الكهرباء تقطع؟
البنيه التحتيه يا جماعه، البنيه التحتيه كانت متهالكه 50 سنه ما بتتحدثش، حدثناها وبدل ما كان عندنا عجز بقى عندنا وفره. التنميه دي بقى ولا مش تنميه؟
الطاقه مهمه لاي استثمار. لو اي بلد عندها شبكه طاقه قويه ده يبقى مؤشر كويس جدا ان اي حد يستثمر في البلد دي، وان الفلوس اللي بيحطها في مباني او ارض او حتى مكن مش هتبقى مرميه في الارض.
بصراحه موضوع الطاقه ده ربنا اكرمنا فيه اخر كرم. شوف احنا عملنا كام اكتشاف حقول غاز طبيعي في السنين اللي فاتت، ودي دخلت لنا استثمارات اجنبيه فوق التريليون جنيه. وبدل ما كنا بنستورد الغاز بقينا بنصدره.
ايه ده يا جماعه، لسه بتتكلموا في نفس الموضوع؟ انا حضرت لكم الحلو والشاي على النار.
بقول لكم ايه، ما تيجي نشرب شاي في البلكونه؟
لا اطلع انت يا عم يا بتاع الاقتصاد، احنا هنشرب الشاي بتاعنا هنا.
انا هروح معاك يا عم.
تعالى بس انت، تعالى يا حبيبتي.
اوعى تكون زعلت مني يا خالو.
وازعل ليه؟ النقاش ما بيزعلش طبعا.
طب قول لي بقى، بما انك متفائل زي عوايدك كده، هو احنا رايحين على فين؟
ما اكذبش عليك، الاوضاع مش في احسن حالاتها في العالم كله، مش عندنا بس. ازمه كورونا كانت ازمه تقيله وكبيره على الاقتصاد.
واول ما بدات تخف ظهرت حرب روسيا واوكرانيا اللي تكلفتها هتبقى اكتر بكتير.
بس الحاجات غليت قوي الفتره الاخيره.
بس موجوده. عمرك رحت تشتري كيلو سكر او ازاز زيت وما لقيتوش؟ انت اصلك ما حضرتيش ايام ما كنا بنقف طوابير عشان نشتري كيلو سكر ولا صابونه. اسالي ماما وهي هتحكي لك.
ايوه بس الفقراء ازاي يستحملوا وضع زي ده؟
لا، ما احنا عملنا اللي يحمينا. مصر دلوقتي بتواجه الفقر اكتر من اي وقت قبل كده. روح اقري عن تكافل وكرامه، شوف ايه اللي حصل. ولا حياه كريمه اللي غيرت حياه ناس كانت منسيه تمام.
اهو الدعم اللي عمته متضايقه منه ده اتاخد واتعمل بيه الحمايه الاجتماعيه للناس الاولى بالرعايه، الناس اللي محتاجه الدعم بجد، مش الناس اللي بتغير عربيتها كل سنه. اللهم لا حسد.
احنا لاول مره ما بقاش عندنا ازمه سكن. عملنا اسكان اجتماعي، يعني يقدر اي موظف صغير يجمع مقدمه سكن في اقل من سنه.
وكمان بنقضي على العشوائيات. هو مش هينفع نبقى عايشين مرتاحين وغيرنا عايش في مكان غير ادمي.
طب وموضوع ان مصر بتبيع اصول الدوله ده حقيقي؟
لا مش بتبيعها، دي بتطرحها على القطاع الخاص والناس العاديه في البورصه، وده بيحصل في اي دوله في العالم. خلاص مصر بقت بتعمل اللي عليها وصلحت اصول كانت واقفه وخربانه.
وقال الاوان ترجع للناس اللي تشغلها وتدورها صح، يعني ترجع للاصل. دوله بتهيئ المناخ المناسب للاستثمار، مش هي اللي تكون مستثمر.
مشاكلنا كتير قوي.
احنا 100 مليون، قصدي 104 مليون. احنا الزياده السكانيه عندنا كل سنه 2.5 مليون.
للاسف من اعلى معدلات الزياده السكانيه في العالم.
وعلى راي الرئيس قالها زمان، انتوا عايزينها دوله ولا خرابات؟
اكيد عايزينها دوله طبعا.
الله ينور عليكي. عايزينها دوله بطرق كويسه، من غير عشوائيات ولا حوادث قطورات ولا كهرباء بتقطع. عايزينها دوله من غير ازمه اسكان ولا ناس بتاخد الدعم وتشتري بيه عربيات مرسيدس وفي غيرها مش لاقي ياكل. احنا بنطلع لقدام والمستقبل حلو، مش عشان ما تعيشوش اللي احنا عشناه قبل كده.
انتوا فين يا اسماعيل؟ اخواتك ماشيين. طبعا اكل دماغك بالارقام.
بالعكس، احنا اتناقشنا وفهمني حاجات كتيره قوي.
متشكرين يا جماعه، ما تتصوروش انتوا اسعدتوني وافدتوني قد ايه.
صباح الخير يا دكتور اسماعيل.
صباح التفاؤل. المستقبل مشرق يا شباب، مشرق يا يوسف. وانا مش هرتاح الا لما انتوا كلكم تبقوا فاهمين وسعداء ومتفائلين.
فخامة الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي على الدعوة للمؤتمر الاقتصادي في هذا التوقيت الحساس في الاقتصاد، التغييرات الاقتصادية العالمية، وبنتمنى التوفيق لكل القائمين على المؤتمر وإداراته. هل هتوضع آلية لمتابعة ومراقبة تنفيذ القرارات والتوصيات اللي هيخرج بيها المؤتمر الاقتصادي؟ هل هيتم عقد المؤتمر الاقتصادي بصفة دورية سنوية مثلا على غرار مؤتمرات الشباب للتقييم بعد سنة مثلا النتائج الموجودة لتوصيات وقرارات المؤتمر الاقتصادي؟
الفترة القادمة بتتطلب مناخ بيحقق التنافسية للشركات المصرية بأنواعها الكبيرة والمتوسطة والصغيرة مع الشركات اللي مملوكة للدولة ومع الكيانات الاقتصادية الكبيرة. هل في أي خطة زمنية ممكن نسمعها أو نشوفها الفترة الجاية للخروج التدريجي لهذه الكيانات العملاقة من المشهد الاقتصادي بما يتيح الفرصة أمام الشركات المصرية اللي هي بالأحجام والأوزان المختلفة دي إن هي تنمو من جديد؟
يأتي المؤتمر الاقتصادي في الفترة الحالية بعد دعوة السيد الرئيس لجميع الخبراء والمهتمين لتداول الشؤون الاقتصادية ومستقبل الاقتصاد المصري حاليا، وخصوصا في ظل الأزمة الاقتصادية التي يمر بها العالم وتمر بها مصر بالتبعية. أنظر إلى المؤتمر الاقتصادي من أكثر من زاوية. الزاوية الأولى وهي زاوية التوقيت، والتوقيت هام جدا ومناسب جدا لعقد مثل هذا المؤتمر. أما من حيث الهدف فالمؤتمر الاقتصادي معني بالإجابة على العديد من الأسئلة، أهمها توصيف ظاهرة التضخم الموجودة في مصر، أسباب التضخم الموجود في مصر، التعديلات الهيكلية والإصلاحات الهيكلية الواجب اتباعها حتى ينهض الاقتصاد المصري، بالإضافة إلى الحلول والإجراءات الواجب اتخاذها للقضاء على ظاهرة التضخم.
لدي سؤالين. يعني طبعا أكيد الجميع ينتظر مصير مفاوضات صندوق النقد الدولي وما يترتب عليها وما هي الشروط، وهل سوف يتم التوقيع قريبا أو لسه يعني أمامنا بعض الوقت. دي جزء. الجزء الثاني طبعا يعني يهمني الأحزاب التي تمثل يسار الوسط، امتداد شبكة الحماية الاجتماعية نتيجة مواجهة أزمة التضخم. عندما يأتي التضخم فيعني هناك السياسات نقدية، ولكن هناك أيضا سياسات مالية بتسعى إلى فرض الحماية الاجتماعية على الطبقات الأولى بالرعاية. فبالتالي يعني أعرف أن الحكومة قطعت شوط في يعني مد مبادرة تكافل الكرامة.
مطلوب إجراءات اقتصادية، ولكن يجب أن تراعي البعد الاجتماعي والحالة الإنسانية للمواطن المصري، وخاصة فيما يتعلق الحقيقة احنا مطالبين هناك إطار زمني للبرنامج وللخريطة الاقتصادية التي سيعدها وسيطرحها هذا المؤتمر الاقتصادي، وهي بطبيعتها على المدى القريب. نحن جميعا يعني في ظل نظام سياسي واحد، ونحن جزء من هذا النظام، ويعنينا ويهمنا أن ينجح النظام سواء حكومة أو معارضة للوصول إلى الغاية المبتغاة.
كل الشكر والتقدير للقيادة السياسية فخامة الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي لإتاحة لنا الفرصة لتوجيه بعض الأسئلة، كما أوجه الشكر والتقدير لإدارة المنتدى الاقتصادي الهام مصر 2022. في إطار الجهود التي تبذلها الدولة المصرية للحفاظ على الاستقرار الاقتصادي، كيف ستواجه الدولة بعض الممارسات التي يقوم بها البعض وتؤثر على استقرار سعر الصرف؟ الكثير ينادي بأهمية الاتجاه إلى التصنيع وهو أمر هام، ولكن هناك نماذج دولية بالاتجاه إلى صناعات مدعومة بالتكنولوجيا. فهل هناك توجه لدى الدولة المصرية لجذب الاستثمارات وإنشاء منطقة متخصصة تعطي لمصر الريادة في هذا المجال؟
كل تمنيات حزب الشعب الجمهوري للحكومة المصرية وللقيادة السياسية الرشيدة بمؤتمر اقتصادي ناجح يصب أولا وأخيرا في صالح المواطن المصري. ولنا بعض التوصيات في هذا المؤتمر على مسار السياسات الكلية. نريد أن نرى مزيدا من التناغم والتزاوج بين السياسات النقدية والسياسات الاقتصادية، لأنهم وجهين لعملة واحدة. وعلى مسار مشاركة القطاع الخاص نتمنى أن نرى أكبر مشاركة بين القطاع الخاص وقطاعات الدولة والمستثمرين الأجانب، لأن القطاع الخاص الحقيقة هو القاطرة لنمو الاقتصادي لأي دولة.
أتمنى أنه المنتدى يعني ينجح في وضع يده على مشاكل الجوهرية وحلول للأوضاع في المجال الاقتصاد، وعلى الأخص فيما يتعلق بتطوير القدرات الإنتاجية للاقتصاد المصري، وصولا إلى تحقيق درجة متقدمة من الاكتفاء الذاتي في الغذاء ومن الاعتماد على الذات، ومن تطوير القدرات الإنتاجية أيضا في الصناعة، ومواجهة العقبات التي تواجه تطوير الصناعة المحلية، وبالتالي تقليل الفجوة في الميزان التجاري ما بين الاستيراد والتصدير، وأيضا إضعاف فكرة أن الاقتصاد المصري يبقى عرضة للأزمات نتيجة الأزمات العالمية، طالما أنه هو معتمد على الخارج، سواء في الغذاء في محاصيله الرئيسية أو المنتجات الصناعية، بما يؤدي إلى أشكال من الأزمات في الاقتصاد.
حقيقة وثيقة ملكية الدولة من الوثائق المهمة جدا، وأهميتها بتنبع من النص على دور واضح ومحدد للدولة في الاقتصاد. دور هام ومحوري يتعلق بتعزيز مناخ الاستثمار، بخلق الحوافز للاستثمار، بتعزيز التنافسية، بتخارج الدولة من قطاعات بعينها أو الإبقاء على ملكية محدودة في بعض القطاعات. أنا حابب أوجه سؤالين للمؤتمر. السؤال الأول عن الإجراءات وخطة الحكومة لحل أزمة التكدس في الموانئ، البضائع المتكدسة في الموانئ بقى لها فترة طويلة، والإجراءات اللي ناوية تتخذها في سبيل تحرير التجارة. السؤال الثاني متعلق بالضمانات اللي الحكومة ناوية تعلنها فيما يتعلق بمضيها قدما في مسألة الخصخصة والتخرج من قطاعات بعينها وعدم منافسة القطاع الخاص في بعض القطاعات.
تمنياتي لكم جميعا بالتوفيق في المؤتمر الاقتصادي الهام اللي حضراتكم بتشاركوا فيه. كمتخصص في العلوم السياسية والسياسة العامة ومش في الاقتصاد، حضراتكم أهل الاختصاص، عندي ملاحظات سريعة أحب أطرحها على حضراتكم. الملاحظة الأولى هي أن أهمية المؤتمر الاقتصادي بترتبط بأهمية التفكير الحر والنقاش الحر حول التوجهات الكبرى للاقتصاد المصري والمؤشرات الكبرى لأداء الاقتصاد، وأيضا حول التداعيات الاجتماعية للأداء الاقتصادي على المجتمع وعلى المواطنين. توجهات كبرى ترتبط بدور الدولة، دور القطاع الخاص، مؤشرات ترتبط بمعدلات التنمية المستدامة، بترتبط بالميزان التجاري ما بين الصادرات والواردات، ضرورة دفع الصادرات المصرية إلى الأمام، مؤشرات ترتبط بأزمة الدين الخارجي والمحلي، وأزمة الدين الخارجي بتثقل كاهل صانع القرار في مصر وصانع الرأي العام المصري أيضا، ولابد من إعادة التفكير في سبل التعامل معها، إن بطريقة الجدولة ووضع خطة طويلة المدى للحد من الاستدانة الخارجية. أنا عندي سؤال لإدارة المؤتمر وهو عن سبل التواصل مع الرأي العام. الرأي العام في مصر مهتم جدا بالمؤتمر الاقتصادي، بينتظر من حضراتكم الكثير. أرجو أن تفكروا يعني في سبل التواصل الشفاف والمستدام مع الرأي العام لعرض تفاصيل النقاش وعرض مخرجات النقاش وكيفية التأثير المحتمل لهذه المخرجات على التوجهات الكبرى والسياسات الاقتصادية المطبقة.
إذا مشاهدينا الكرام، تابعنا مع حضراتكم هذا الجانب من افتتاح مؤتمر مصر الاقتصادي مصر 2022. هذا المؤتمر الاقتصادي الذي يوضع تحت عنوان خارطة الطريق الاقتصادي.
Dear viewers, the opening session of this economic conference, and we have seen the important presentation delivered by the Prime Minister as a foundation for the discussions during the sessions of this economic conference. The Prime Minister in his presentation said that this won't be a discussion only about the past, but also about setting a roadmap for the future for the Egyptian economy. In the presentation, it showed the structural and historical problems in the Egyptian economy. And it did not only talk about the macro indicators, but it also talked about the micro indicators covering the quality of the services provided to the Egyptian citizens. And also the presentation talked about the projects implemented by the state, especially those in putting an end to unsafe areas, as Egypt has become free from unsafe and unplanned areas, to provide decent housing for all Egyptians and all segments of the Egyptian community, as well as giving an opportunity to the private sector to participate in this, in addition to pumping new blood in the Egyptian economy through the partnership between the public and private sector. In addition to discussing the investment incentives, the discussion covered the problems that Egypt has suffered from over the previous decades and the economic conference that was held in 1982 in an attempt to find solutions to it, and whether the outcomes of this conference were implemented or not. And a lot of people thought that the state use temporary solutions rather than radical solutions. So it was not a real solution to the problems through dealing with its root causes. And this led at the end to more problems from which the economy has suffered by the beginning of 2011 till the end of 2014. And the debt has reached about 130% of the GDP, and the target now is to reduce it further, taking into consideration the conditions of the world economy that influenced the emerging economies and Egypt. Of course, Egypt is trying to manage the repercussions of this crisis. Especially after the crisis of the pandemic, and afterwards the Russian-Ukrainian war. By the end of 2022, the growth rate became 6.6%. And the minister said that there are a number of remarks that were made by businessmen and investors about the obstacles they face, like the overpricing of the lands, the system of offering the lands, and the Prime Minister said that they are given directives by the President to hold this transparent dialogue with businessmen and to try to solve these problems, the mechanism of solving them, increasing the investment. These are all issues that were raised by the Prime Minister in preparation for the coming sessions. As the conference would discuss the instability in the world economy, and this overshadows, of course, the economies of emerging countries. And at the end of the presentation, it tackled what if the state did not take the reform program it adopted in 2015 and 2016. And it was said that things would have been even more difficult because there was a must for urgent solutions. And the unemployment rates reduced to reach 7.2%. If these steps were not taken, that things would have been worse. And all the Egyptians, of course, endured these steps, because if it was not for them, we would have been talking now about unemployment rate about 15%, and this is something that cannot be endured by the community. So talking about a growth rate that was before 2014 -1, and the debt level that was disproportionate to the GDP. And according to that, we measure the danger of the debt, especially the external debt. And these two parts that were delivered in the presentation showed that the government is working directly according to the directives of the president to reduce the external debt to the GDP. The issues that would be discussed during this conference would cover also the future of industry in Egypt and developing the exports, as well as covering the other elements, the industrial and the agriculture, that enables Egypt achieve its objective by 2025 to have $100 billion of exports. And it's a dream that would come true to achieve what the government wants from its institutions and the private sector. The government also has launched the state ownership document, in which it has announced gradual exiting from a number of economic activities and keeping only the activities with strategic importance. This document was discussed by politicians, experts, and parliamentarians, and it also would be discussed again in one of the sessions of this conference. And this time there would be transparent discussion between the official state institutions, the private sector, the academia, the experts, the officials. So it will be real brainstorming sessions that won't be just a discussion, but will try to come up with a roadmap and real outcomes to be achieved in Egypt in the near future.
كان لافتا للغاية إذن في الحديث الذي قدم في هذا الافتتاح هو أن هناك
In the opening session, there were similarities discussed about the structural defects facing the Egyptian economy since the 80s of the last century. And also one of the challenges that existed back then and is still there is overpopulation. We are talking about 104 million population of Egypt. The increase in population annually is 22 million, and it equals the population of some countries. And at the beginning of the 80s, this problem and issue was raised as an obstacle to increasing the per capita share of GDP. So we are talking here about a problem that did not only last since then, but it also increased. And a lot of thinkers like Gamal Hamdan and Nobel laureate Naguib Mahfouz talked about the fact that we know the disease, we know the treatment, but we do not do it, and also we do not come up with radical solutions to the problems and the difficulties. And even the Prime Minister mentioned this, mentioning the decisions that were made by the government in 1977 that were refused. And the state was at stake as the problems regarding electricity, the structure of the Egyptian economy, infrastructure problems. That's why the state could not go on like that, and it had to make a radical change. And development is taking place now all over Egypt. In the presentation, we have seen images of new cities in Egypt, like New Alamein, for example, how it looked like only sand, and things have changed now into an exceptional fourth generation city. And it is one of the forms of development. If the state has not taken these steps urgently, what would have been the case and where would have we been right now? These images are considered to explain what was achieved by the state, and another thing was related to accessibility of basic services to the citizen, and especially quality services. Some people have been living in slums and unsafe areas, but now things have changed and there are no longer unsafe areas. And people now live in decent houses. To overcome these socio-economic problems. And this morning we have also seen the development that has happened in Sur Magra Al Ayoun, as well as other areas that were renovated. And we can compare photos of the past years to photos from the present to see the changes that happened. President Sisi, in inaugurating Phase 3 of Bashair al-Khair project said when I was the commander of the northern military base, I used to say that we cannot keep these areas as is because the Egyptians do not deserve that. And this is exactly what happened over the past 8 years. Exceptional expenses in different fields, of course, due to the economic reform program. A number of difficulties were faced by the Egyptians, like the inflation rate as well as the other issues, yet it was really worthy. And now we will continue the opening session of the conference.
سيد الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي
President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, the President of the Republic. President Sisi, distinguished guests, welcome back to the opening session of the Economic Conference, during which the Prime Minister presented the most important milestones in the history of Egyptian economy, and we raised a number of questions made by political parties and citizens that would be answered during the sessions over the 3 days. Your Excellency, the President, you had a comment on the opening session. The floor is yours. In the name of Allah. Let me welcome you all to the Economic Conference. I'm so glad that we are here convening together on this important day. The comment should have been just short remarks regarding the discussions that would take place, as the discussions are going to be objective, scientific. And let me talk about the national dialogue we launched last Ramadan. We said that this would be an opportunity to talk to each other and listen to each other. And I would like to tell you a lot of things that I'm thinking of as a human being and not a president. In light of my experience, and I have seen the reality of Egypt in a number of points that I will read to you. I will read each point and explain it. In the name of Allah. First, it was clear that the depth of the crisis from which the state of Egypt is suffering in the modern history necessitates urgent, continuous measures to overcome all the defects that were formed over the past 50 years. And let me stop here and say any economic path or any solution presented, the decision maker should look at the political, social, cultural environments and whether they can help him take such a decision and take such a path or not. As you can see, we the economists and thinkers and experts can put strong roadmaps. And what does not make people implement them then? If things are that clear.
اي حد عايز يعمل
Because
القرارات
if
ديت
anyone
هي
wants
مش
to
شجاعة
take
قرار.
these decisions, it's not just a
مش شجاعة
matter
قرار. هو
of being
بيشوف يا ترى
courageous
يقدر
enough to take the decision, but
إن تكلفة
he
القرار
sees
ده
what would be the
لما يجي
cost
يعمله
of this decision.
لو كان تكلفتها اكبر
If the
من العائد
cost of the
بتاعها
decision is bigger
يقول
than
بلاش
the return, he says better
بلاش
not
نعمل
do it,
الاجراء ده دلوقتي. وده السبب
or
اللي
at
كان
least not do
في
it now.
تقدير كل
And that
يعني
was the
القائمين على العمل
reason
ده خلال ال 50 60
that
سنة
over
اللي
the
فاتوا
past 50
كان
or
هو ده المسار
60
اللي موجود
years they did
فكرهم
not
إن يا ترى
do this
المجتمع والرأي
because they
العام
kept asking
والسياسيين
themselves, are the politicians, the public opinion,
والمفكرين
the community,
والمثقفين
the
وحتى البيئة
intellect, the
الإعلامية
thinkers
وحتى
and the
البيئة الدينية
media ready
هتساعدني على
for
ده
that? Would they help
ولا
me,
اطرح طرح وبعد ما
or
اطرحه
would I make
وتجربة 77 كانت كاشفة
a suggestion? And what happened in 1977 was clear. Few piasters to increase the prices of certain products, and the reaction was even bigger than the return.
فتراجع الموقف.
That's why they stopped there and did not implement the reform. So it is so important when we talk about the economic path or any other path to take into consideration different elements that influence the decision to be made.
فلسفة الحكم.
And this is the philosophy of responsibility
لكن احنا ممكن
and
قوي واحنا
ruling a
قاعدين
country
في مكاننا
when we are
كلامي لا يؤخذ ولا يرد.
sitting,
يعني مش هيبقى
we
ليه
can
أي
say
تأثير
whatever we want and make suggestions
زي ما كان
because
الراجل
it won't have any
في القصة اللي
influence.
جت كده بيحكي فالزوجة بتقول البنزين
Like we have seen, for example, in the short scene we've watched.
اللي قاعد وتحمل مسؤولية الدولة
But he who assumed the responsibility of the state and protecting and developing it is the one who should be aware and decide before taking any step.
النقطة الثانية اللي
The
أنا عايز
next point,
إن مجابهة هذه التحديات
confronting these challenges used to clash with the fragile stability of the state instead of moving on the path of solutions. Some might ask me, what is the relation between this point and the first one? Yes, I'm studying the surroundings and I see also the resilience of the state. Would it enable me to implement this or not? And I will give you an example. I will remind you that in 2015 we had done a partial removal of subsidy over diesel. Am I correct, Tariq? Everyone back then said, is President Sisi jeopardizing his popularity? My opinion at that time was that we need to invest as much as we can in progress, reform and reconstruction when we won't have this opportunity again, and maybe there won't be any other official afterwards who can do that and have this popularity through which people would accept such decisions. So the idea here was different. If the decision maker is not aware of that and he knows where is the opportunity and how can he seize this opportunity for his country and his people and for its stability, then he would lose the opportunity. Thirdly, the external and internal pressures always needed the strong support and continuous one from the people, as well as sacrifices that the public opinion was not able to make in light of poverty they have suffered from for long years. You're talking about 7 trillion pounds. And you believe that this is a very big figure to be spent over the past 8 years. You might see it. 7 trillion equals 350 million US dollars. There are countries
قد الرقم ده
that has a budget equals this figure.
وزنتها قد الرقم
Its
ده
budget equals that figure.
محملة لا بديون
And they do not have debts or debt service.
الرقم 7 تريليون ده رقم متواضع جدا.
7 trillion US dollars is a very modest figure.
كل الوزراء اللي قدامكم دول بيسألوا
And all the ministers who are here say we did a lot, and I tell them
انتوا عايشين على دولة
it's nothing.
تقريبا 5 6 7%
5 or 6% of the state is a rectangle that has 100 million, 10 million vehicles. The volume of roads
يعني يحقق الحركة على هذا المستطيل
should
بكفاءة وسهولة على
achieve efficient traffic on this rectangle throughout the day. Otherwise, we did nothing.
طيب ده معناه ان دول تانية بتبقى عندها الحجم ده في المساحة دي؟ لا.
Would other countries have the same number in this same surface area? No, of course, because they do not live in this area only. We live on 60 or 70,000 kilometer square only, and we need to expand it. So the volume of infrastructure should be suitable to that, and we need to serve the traffic in this community.
مش فقط عشان الاستثمار.
Not only for investments.
مش فقط عشان سهولة تداول
and not only
السلع.
for smooth transport of goods, but it's even for the interest of people.
كانت بتتعذب
People who used to take a long time to go from one place to the other. I think that things are even better, and we are still working on it.
أنا قلت حالة العوز والفقر.
I was always talking about poverty and saying that a country like Egypt has 100 million population. How much should be spent on this country? Dr. Mustafa said that 21,000 classrooms are needed. And I'm telling you, it's rather 60,000 classrooms.
60,000 فصل مش 21,000
needed, and not 21,000. We build only 21,000 because we do not have more.
لكن هم عايزين يبقى كام؟
But we need 60,000 classrooms every year.
60,000 فصل كل سنة. وزير الصحة موجود.
The Minister
حجم
of Health
الأسرة اللي
is
موجود في
here.
مصر يساوي 50% من المطلوب.
The beds in the hospitals in Egypt are about only 5% of what is really needed. So we need to have double the number of hospitals we have. What didn't you build them yet?
ما أقدرش.
I cannot.
ده اللي انتوا عايزين تعرفوه.
This is what you need to know as Egyptians.
وإن عشان يتعمل
and for us to do
لابد
it,
إن يبقى في جهد وتضحية.
we need to make
كان دايما
sacrifices.
التحدي اللي موجود
And the effort was always we had a number of solutions made, and they are not up to the challenge. You have a challenge. And I'm talking to the Egyptians.
في كل أسرة عندها
In every family, they might have a girl who will get married or a boy in high school.
بيروحوا عاملين حسابهم خلال السنتين أو السنة اللي
So
هيتم فيها
they save money
حشد القوة.
for a year or 2 years, and they try to pay for the education of this son or for the marriage of this girl, and they would reduce their expenses, for example, so that they would be able to do it. They will give up a lot of things to be able to do the main objective. I'm talking about the critical mass in Egypt. Is the critical mass in Egypt the rich ones? No, of course the critical mass in Egypt are not the rich ones. And this is something that has not changed over years, and it won't change except through continuous sacrifices and efforts. So when I mention this point, I always say that people cannot endure making sacrifices in light of the poverty they have suffered from for years. But I want to ask you a question. Did a father come to his sons and tell them, sorry, I gave birth to 4 and I cannot sustain 4? Or does he say it's the government that cannot feed you?
فسامحني ولا بيقول له
he always
البلد دي
says
مش نافعه
this
ومهدها.
state is not
حتى
good
مسلسلاتنا
enough.
حتى
Even our media and
كانت
TV
بتتناقش مع الموضوع
series used to say
الموضوع اللي هو
that.
ايه؟ ان مخليين انا قلت الكلام ده قبل كده.
I said
الدولة
that
خصمة.
before. They turned the state into
الدولة
an enemy
خصمة في مواجهة التحديات اللي
in
بتقابلها.
facing
محدش
the
قال أبداً
challenges. No
إن
one
قدرة
ever
الدولة
said
المصرية
that the
ومواردها
ability of the
لا
state
تستطيع
with its
لا تستطيع
resources
واحد يقول
cannot
لي
meet all these
طب اللي أنت قاعد
needs.
فيه ده إيه؟
Some would tell me, what about all
والمحاسبة
that
اللي أنتوا بتعملوها
that
دي
you
بتعملوها
spend? You are building a new
إحنا
capital.
يعني كلام جاي. إحنا عملنا مسارات
We did
ذات فكر
paths
لتجاوز
with
المشكلة اللي
a
عندنا
certain
اللي هو محدودية
mindset
القدرات
to overcome our
بالأفكار.
limited resources.
يعني أنا عندي مشكلة في النظام الصحي.
I have a problem with the health system in Egypt, so I targeted only hepatitis C.
لسه النظام ما بيش قادر على انه يستوعب
Our system is not capable of providing efficient quality health services, so I targeted the waiting lists.
في الثلاث سنين اللي فاتوا دول
Over the past 3 years, 1,400,000
حالة يعني
surgeries and treatment cases
أو جراحات متقدمة جدا. لأننا في الاستهداف اللي هي
because we do the
كان
targeting.
مسارنا في الحركة كان إيه؟ إن الاستهداف كان الهدف منه إن أنا أستهدف
with
حاجة
the
بعينها
objective of
وأخلصها.
targeting one thing and finish with it.
في ال 40 مدينة اللي اتكلم عنهم
In the
الدكتور
40
مصطفى
cities
ضافوا لرصيد
constructed,
الدولة
they
المصرية
added
مش أقل من 10 تريليون
to
جنيه.
Egypt 10 trillion pounds in its assets.
وأنا مستعد إن يبقى في لجان تتشكل
And we can form committees to study that.
بكل شفافية. ضافت مش أقل من 10
It added
تريليون
about
جنيه
10
أرصدة
trillion
للدولة
Egyptian
المصرية.
pounds as assets to the state.
للدولة المصرية في ال 40 مدينة اللي احنا بنتكلم
In the
عليهم.
40
هنا في
cities
العاصمة
we've talked
الإدارية
about. In the administrative capital, 175,000 fidans. We are working on 40,000 fidans up till
لثالث
now.
أو رابع أو خامس مرة.
And I'm repeating this for the 4th time.
من موازنة الدولة دفعت قرش هنا.
The state budget did not pay a penny here.
الشركة اللي شغالة هنا
And the company working here is going to rent to us everything it did to the government.
هتأجره لنا يعني هي عملته هتأجره
We
لنا.
will rent it
والشركة دي
from them.
أقدر أقول بمنتهى التواضع
company
بعد كل الإنفاق اللي احنا بنتكلم فيه
after
عليها هنا في
all
العاصمة
this
في مش أقل من
expenses
42 45 مليار جنيه
has 42 or 45 million Egyptian pounds in cash, and there are equal figure as credit.
عند الناس اللي خدت الأراضي. إذن لما التحرك بتاعنا كدولة
So we as a state
مجابهة حالة العوز
in
والفقر
confronting the poverty and the neediness,
حلول
we did not introduce conventional solutions, but we were creative.
أولد عشان ما يصحش أقول أخلق. أولد قدرة.
We were trying to generate capabilities from what is available.
طيب. رابعاً
Fourth,
إن حجم الثقة في قدرة أجهزة الدولة
confidence in the ability of the state institutions to select a suitable path amongst difficult options that need strenuous efforts was not available in light of the efforts of Islamic politicization that has done sabotage sometimes and raised doubts. And they did not have a project or a real roadmap to reconstruct the state. This was on one hand, as well as the absence of vision from a lot of intellects, thinkers. They did not realize the volume of challenges needed to be confronted. This might upset someone. I have here the Minister of Trade and Industry. Would you please give him the mic? The Minister of Trade and Industry was in the Parliament. And he then joined the government. So I asked him, Ahmed, honestly, after joining the government for 2 months, is the reality you have seen the same reality that you've discussed in the parliament? I will give him the floor to answer.
لا تتراجع لا تتراجع
Do not hesitate.
اديله الميكروفون بصراحه يا احمد. طب اتفضل اتفضل اتفضل.
مختلف يا فندم.
It's totally different. The percentage of different. It's different because when I joined the executive work, I found that it's totally different. I looked at the image from the perspective of the street, the parliament, but now when I have an executive job, I find that things are different.
هرضى بالإجابة دي يا أحمد عشان ما
I
أزعلكش.
will suffice by this answer.
أنا أقصد أقول لما المثال والنموذج اللي بتكلم فيه، طب أنا مستعد كل من ليه سيف اللي إحنا فيه ده يبقى جنبي.
I am ready to be joined by all those who have an opinion and idea, and we hope that he will join and support us for the success of our country.
الحوار الوطني معمول ليه؟
Why did we hold the national dialogue? To hear you and you to listen to us.
بدون أي شكل من الأشكال يعني ممكن نختلف، بس يعني مش هيبقى أو يبقى في خلاف في الرأي، بس ما يبقاش اختلاف. طيب النقطة الخامسة، إن الجهاز الإداري للدولة
the administrative body in the state was not ready to implement the reform plans needed.
بل بدا واضحا
and it was clear that the reform should include this body and deal with its weakness. When I do a reform, with whom would I do it? With the state institutions, of course. When I reform education, how would I do it? It's with the available teachers. I won't do otherwise. So if I'm going to reform the state, I will depend on its institutions. I cannot establish other institutions. With full modesty, where these institutions capable of facing these major challenges in Egypt, for all those who are interested in this, take a sentence from what I said and rewrite an article about it and search about it to feel that you know more. Education has deteriorated over the past 50 years. So what is the quality of education and what is the quality of the graduates? I've talked about this before, saying that when I tell the Ministry of Telecommunications people how many earn a good salary.
في دولة فيها 6 مليون
in a country that has
في 500,000.
6 million, the figure is 500,000. In a country with 6 million population, the figure is 500,000. I asked him, how many do we have? And Dr. Abdel Khalid got upset then and he said, education is good. I told him, no, I'm talking about a level of performance that can achieve a salary of $10,000 US per month. I think that in a country with 6 million population, they have 500,000. How many do we have as we are 100 million Egyptians? So in the end, all what we're talking about is what would be the pillars for the reform track you want to take. I will tell you something. I told the Minister of Foreign Affairs 6 years ago we want to reduce the number of employees and to reduce the salaries. He asked me why.
يعني بص لي كده وقال لي في ايه يا فندم يعني؟ قلت له يعني العدد والتكلفه بتاعتها كتير.
I told him that the cost of the salaries is that high, although back then we did not have a crisis, but here we're talking about governance, restructuring.
جه معايا في الاخر خفض 30%.
So he reduced 30% and reduced the salaries. And there was not a crisis back then.
اللي هيقوم بعملية البناء
So
والإصلاح في
he
الدولة
who would
هو
do the
الجهاز
reform
الإداري
in the
للدولة.
country would be the
ومدى كفاءته.
administrative body.
دي مصر.
This is Egypt, ourselves.
طيب. سادسا ان ردود الافعال الشعبيه
The reactions of the people to incur the cost of reform and its pressure was always a deep concern on part of decision makers and the estimates of the security corps.
مسار الاصلاح الاقتصادي في 2016.
And I will tell you the economic reform path in 2016. We had on the table all the security officials and the state officials.
وطرحنا كان نوفمبر.
And it was November.
إن إحنا نطلق عملية الإصلاح الاقتصادي.
And we started discussing the change of the exchange rate and the economic reform program. All who were on the table said.
قالوا إيه؟ كله.
All of them.
مدير المكتب. الاقتصاد.
The economists, the Minister of Economy, the Minister of Finance, the Administrative Accounting Agency, the Administrative Control Agency, the Minister of Interior, the Minister of Defense, they all said no. So I told them we are discussing this. If we do not do it, I said this. If we do not do it,
بالقرار ده أناية.
We are going to pass over a canal with this decision, but if we will keep it for later, we will need to cross a sea with this decision and we won't be able to do it. And thank God we did it and it was successful. What was the scenario? If people have refused this path, I said, okay, then the government would resign and I will call for an early presidential elections on Saturday. The courage of the decision or the novelty of the decision. I think both together. The bravery of the decision and the novelty of the decision, because through taking this decision you are protecting a nation and not yourself. I won't ask whether we all have this courage, but I would rather ask, do we all have the ability to face this, or would we worry about the reaction?
سابعا أن رصيد القيادة السياسية والحكومة
the political leadership and the government's record and popularity was not strong enough to go through the reform that needs long years of work and effort. Over the past 50 years, with the exception, of course, of the period of late President Nasser,
ومكانة الرئيس ومكانة القيادة والحكومة كانت
ability of the president and the government to endure these difficult decisions that would take long years. I do not think so.
ثامنا.
Eighth.
إن قدرات الدولة المصرية
the ability of the state
لم تكن أبدا كافية
was not enough at all to receive big strokes like wars and struggles 1967 up till 1979 October War,
موجات الإرهاب المتلاحقة,
terrorism, continuous attacks
على الاستقرار وعلى
that destabilized Egypt and affected tourism in
والتي
Egypt.
كانت لا شك أرضية
And this was, of course, the foundation to put an end to the capabilities of the state, and this had a negative impact on the challenges. In 2011, I used to say the people that this was announcing the death of the state, and a lot of people were upset. People wanted to change because they cannot see hope, so they moved. But I would like to tell you something I mentioned before. They made a change, a movement for change in 2011 and 2013. But I would like to tell those people, even in the media, no one said, for example, that protests in specific countries over the previous 2 or 3 years made dollars do not exist in a country. Isn't this a fact? Without mentioning the name of the state. And a lot of people used to enjoy seeing people protesting in the streets and taking to the streets. And this country is unstable up till now. And the balances of the people in US dollars have all gone. So in 2011 and 2013, when we were making this move, were we ready for the cost of the change? As Dr. Mustafa said, that the cost for the change is $477 billion. Were we ready for that? Or we did it only, and then we ask you to find a solution. I want to do it myself. We should do it together. Don't tell me you step and settle it. I want to do it on my own. In 2014, did I tell you in the elections that I'm up to it? Did I give you flowery promises and hopes? No, I told you since day one, this is a big challenge and it is bigger than the state as a leadership, as a government, but it is not bigger than the state as a nation, as a people who are ready to be part of what we do. I said this also before in the public opinion. If I say in a TV series, go home and come back tomorrow, and this is usually what a civil servant would do. And who is the civil servant? He is one of us. So this person who put this TV series put the people on one side and the government on the other side. Never forget that I wish that those who claim that they are people who carry the flagship of religion, I wish that they were really honest. I wish that they were honest, because we're talking about an experience that we live up till today. The experience in which Dr. Mustafa showed us the bridge, the photo of the bridge. So raising doubts is something that has been there in Egypt over 80 years. So disappointing people and feeding people with disappointment, what would it lead to? What would the public opinion look like then? And what would be its resilience? So I said I wished that there would have been honesty before honesty. I swear by God, I never lied. I wished that they would have been honest. You did not try when you assume office to destroy it. Are you ready to stand before God while you have wasted the lives of 100 million? Because you cannot? Or you do not know?
لا مش
I
عايز
think
عايز
it's
مش حد
both.
عايز يفشل.
No
بس
one
ما
wants
يعرفش.
to fail, but
دي حكاية
he
كبيرة.
cannot. This is a very big story.
الدولة دي حكاية كبيرة
The story
قوي.
is a very big
عايزة من المهتمين بالموضوع قراءات
It
كتيرة
needs
جدا جدا
people
جدا
to read
لسنوات
a
طويلة
lot
جدا
for
جدا
very
عشان يعرفوا
long
يعني ايه دولة
years to
والحفاظ
know
عليها.
what is a state and how to protect
وكمان
it.
قبل ده بقى
And before
يكون في قرار
all
إلهي
that, there
بإن الدولة دي
should be a divine decision that this
قرار
country
إلهي إن
won't
الدولة
be
بتستمر.
lost. It would
وأنا
survive.
أقدر يعني أطمئن إن ده بوضوح بالنسبة لي.
And I'm
ربنا عمل البلد ده.
reassured that this is what God wanted for our country.
تاسعاً
Ninth,
غياب الوعي والفهم.
absence of awareness and
لتشخيص ما نحن
understanding
فيه
to diagnose
لدى النخبة
our
المسؤولة
conditions among
وكذا
the
متطلبات
elite as well as
يعني العبور
the needs
للفجوة
to cross
والهوة
over the gap
التي تعاني منها البلاد.
from which the country is
زي ما قلت
suffering.
كده احنا ممكن
As I
نتكلم
mentioned before, we can
ونقول إن
say a lot.
دي خريطتي
We can
أعملها.
keep saying this is my
طب إحنا ما
map,
عملناش ليه؟
implement it, then why didn't you do it yourself?
ده كل خطوة بتتعمل. أنا لما وقفت وزير البترول
When I asked the Minister of
وقلت لكم في
Petroleum to
25,000
answer
ساعة عمل.
that there are 25,000 working hours,
هو الأمور الدول بتدار كده.
our states
استراتيجيات
governed by
وسياسات
this, they put the strategies,
ومراجعة
policies,
طبعا.
and follow up and
مش الدولة
monitoring,
كده.
and that's it.
ولا يا دكتور مصطفى؟
Isn't this the case, Dr.
معقول بقى كل يوم
Mustafa?
تجيب الناس
So would every day you
كل واحد
bring the
بحكايته
people
وتقعد
and listen
معاه.
to the story of
ولا يا دكتور
each
خالد؟
one?
وزير الأوقاف الناس ما بتديلوش الفلوس.
The Minister of
وزير الأوقاف عايزين
Endowment
نرفع كفاءته.
wants
لوح.
to
أنا بتكلم على
raise
الأوقاف بس كله قدام
the
عيني يعني.
capacities
كله كده.
of preachers, for
ولا يا دكتور
example.
شاكر
Each
بأمانة
minister would come and tell
اوعى
what he
تفتكروا حاجة
needs.
اتعملت
Don't
بإن أنا أديت
think
توجيهات
that
وقعدت في البيت.
things were done by giving just
مش بدافع عن
directives
نفسي.
to people, and I'm not saying
أنا
this to
بدافع عن
defend
المسار.
myself. I'm defending the path,
بدافع عن الفكرة عن فلسفة
the
الحكم.
idea, the philosophy.
مش على أنا عملت إيه.
And not try to tell
إعادة
you
تنظيم
what I
وهيكلة
did.
الدولة
The
ده إجراء إحنا
restructuring
بنعمله
and
بهدوء
reorganizing the state is
شديد
something that
جدا
we
جدا
are
وبدون شوشرة
doing
لكل المؤسسات طبعا.
for all institutions.
أول قرار اتخذ فيه
The first
من 7
decision
سنين
was made
بإن أنا
7
قلت ما
years
فيش حد
ago by
هيتعين
saying
تاني في
that no
الحكومة.
one is going to be appointed
الله.
in the government
مش هتعين مليون ونص
institutions
في 2011
because in 2011 1
في موازنة الدولة
million
مش
and a
قادرة.
half were assigned
وبعدين رفعنا مرتبات من
and
80
they were
مليار
employed and we
ل
increased the
230 مليار بعد.
salaries from 80
كده يا
billion
وزير
to
المالية ولا إيه؟
230 billion.
مش كده.
Wasn't this the case? The Minister
رفعت
of
المرتبات من
Finance,
قبل
we increased the
2011 من 80 مليار
salaries
جنيه
from 80 billion
ل
pounds
230 مليار
before
جنيه.
2011 to 230
كام شهر
billion
دول؟ اتفضل.
Egyptian pounds.
يبقى كان الموضوع في معالجة في المشاكل اللي احنا فيها دي
So in dealing
هكتفي بإن أنا
with
أقول
promises and with these things would I suffice by
يبقى
giving
نوروا
the advisors
استراتيجيات
and the assistants
ونطلع
directives
لا
and that them put
لا يا
policies
فندم.
and that it no.
وده مسار كان بديل
And this
لمجابهة
was the alternative path
أزمة
to
الجهاز الإداري.
confront the crisis of the
أزمة إيه يا فندم؟
administrative
الجهاز الإداري.
bodies.
ما احنا لما بنتكلم الشباك الواحد.
When we talk about the
بتتكلموا في
one-stop
الأوتيل.
shop,
طب ما احنا كذا مسؤول حط ده وقال ان احنا
you keep saying that the officials talked about the one-stop
خلاص
shop
وهنحل المسألة.
before
ما
to
اتحلتش
solve
ليه؟
the problem, but why wasn't it solved?
احنا بنضحك على الناس ولا الناس اللي معانا مش
Are
مساعدانا؟
we deceiving people or people who work
بقول
with us
كلام
cannot assist us?
الناس اللي معانا بقول لدكتور مصطفى انت كل يوم تجيب
Dr.
بتاع التنمية
Mustafa
الصناعية
brings
بتاع
every
الاستثمار يقعد على المكتب
day
قدامك.
the Minister
شوف
of
الطلبات اللي اتقدمت
Investment
دي معقول؟
and the
طب ما هو وزير التجارة
Industrial
بيعمل إيه؟
Modernization Authority and see how many requests you receive every day.
أنا مش بقول
Then what is
كلام
the job of the Minister of Trade and Industry?
ان ازاي تحل المسألة ده مسار في ما الدول كلها اللي زي حالتنا في
All
المنطقة كده
countries similar to us in the region
بالمناسبة
have the
التشخيص
same
ده
problem,
تاخده
and this diagnosis
تحطه في دولة زي
can be
ودولة زي
taken and
ودولة زي مش
applied
هتلاقي
on other countries, and you won't find
هيختلف
any
هو
difference. The only difference would be the
مسار
path
القيادة والحل للأزمة.
selected by the leadership to solve the crisis.
عاشرا
10th,
أن تكلفة الإصلاح
the cost of reform
كانت تزداد
increased
يوما بعد يوم.
a day after the other.
وأصبح تداخل الأزمات
And the multiple crises
يمثل حالة من الإحباط
has become a reason for disappointment and frustration on part of most of the people.
أحسن مما كان.
And people used to say nothing's better than that.
في قطع هنا قطع هنا.
We left things as is with a hole here, a hole there, so everything has become
هنجيب منين؟ هنعمل إيه؟
unable to deal with. 11th,
لم تستطع الدولة
the state
بناء سياق
was
فكري
not
إصلاحي
able to build a reform path, and its institutions
قادرة على تنفيذه
were not
حتى لو
able to
تم طرحه
implement it,
والتأكد من
even if it
سلامته.
was presented and its soundness is tested.
تقل عشوائيات
For the unsafe areas and
وتقل ضعف التعليم
slums, weak education,
وقل قلة الموارد.
lack of resources.
أخطر شيء
The most dangerous thing
هو قياس الرضا الشعبي
is measuring
بما يتحصل عليه
citizen satisfaction
مباشرة.
from what he
وحرص
receives
الحاكم
directly, and the keenness of
على
the
الحكاية دي
ruler
إن هو
to get
يلبي مطالبه مباشرة، يعني
the
يحط له في جيبه
direct needs of the citizen.
حتى لو كان ده على
Gives him
على حساب
something, even if
مستقبل
this is
الوطن
at the
وحده.
expense of the
أولئك.
presence and the future of the state. I will
إنه أخطر
repeat it.
شيء
The most
هو
dangerous
قياس الرضا
thing
الشعبي
is measuring
بما يتحصل عليه المواطن
people's satisfaction
مباشرة
with what a
وحرص الحاكم
citizen
عليه
receives
حتى
directly,
لو كان
and
على
the
حساب
ruler would be keen
مستقبل
on that,
الوطن
even
وحده.
if it is at the expense of the presence and the future of the country.
قالوا العشوائيات والمناطق الخطرة
They talked about unsafe
250,000
areas.
وحدة
250,000 units were they built,
اتفرشوا
were they furnished? Yes.
الناس موجودة فيها
Do people
إحنا
live
ساكتين؟
in them? Yes.
لا.
Have we stopped
ولا بنقول له يا
there?
رب
No.
ارزقني أكتر
We
عشان
pray to
أعمل إيه؟
Allah to give us more so that we can do
يعني
more.
ممكن أشيل مليون وحدة وأحط قدام منهم مليون وحدة تانية
I can destroy 1 million units and construct instead other 1 million units.
فقط إن أنا
So the
أوفر لك
idea
المواد
is not
الأساسية
just to
وهي
provide
متوفرة.
you
لا لا لا.
with the basic commodities and goods while they are available.
في ناس تاخد دي معايا في الموضوع
Some
تقول لي
people
طبيعي
can
الناس مش
discuss
كده
this and say people do not want that, and
بس
this
أنا
is
لقيت
true.
الأمور إن أنا لو توقفت قدام
But I
المسائل
found
دي
that if I
بالطريقة دي
would
لن
stop
أتحرك
here,
خطوة
then I'm
للأمام
not going to take a step
لن
forward.
أتحرك خطوة للأمام. الثاني عشر
12th,
جاءت أحداث 2011
the events and the incidents of 2011 and
لتقضي على ما
2013
تبقى
came to
وتزيد
end
من تحديات الأزمة
what was
وتفاقمها.
remaining and to
وكادت
aggravate
أن
the
تقضي
crisis,
تماماً
and they were
حاضر
about
ومستقبل
to
هذه
put an
الأمة.
end to the presence and the future
الحقيقة.
of this nation.
الفترة دي كانت كشف.
That period was really revealing.
بتتكلموا دلوقتي بعد ما عدت بعد ما انتهت.
You're talking now after it ended,
نسيتوا إن بقى لنا 8 سنين
and you forgot that for 8 years people were dying in Sinai, people were destroying electricity facilities, infrastructure, churches and mosques over 8 years. And now when things became more stable, we started discussing what are you doing. I had a path and I said today, we can turn it into the war economy. We are in a war, so the media would keep talking about that only. For one terrorist attack, people used to be sad.
فكانت طب حد يقول لي هي 2011 و13 السبب؟ أيوه.
So was 2011 and 2013 the reason? Yes, why did it gave the opportunity to political Islam to assume power, and when it failed, it did not admit its failure. So he started saying that you are against religion, and thus he turned us all into his enemies. And up till now, if you will have this opportunity, and I said that before, you won't stop. You don't consider us to be as pious as
انك
you.
انت الاصح والباقي ده
You believe that you are
اللي انا عايز اقوله
the
لما وصلوا
righteous
للحكم
one and
الكلام
we
ده كان
are
قبل
not.
الاحداث دي
And
قبل
this was
2013
before
كان ممكن
2013.
ما البلد فكت بقى وضربوا الاقسام والمديريات
And
ولا احنا
they
نسينا
destroyed the police stations and the security
الناس اللي كانت
directorates.
بتهزم العربيات واللي بيحصل واللي بيحصل
We still of course
لما
remember
اتحلت
all
المسائل
that, and when
ودفع
things
الثمن من جانب الدولة بشعبها
became stable and the price was paid
أرجو إن احنا نحط ده في الاعتبار
by the people.
موضوع
I hope that we remember this when we discuss the different issues, that this is a path that we have taken together. It has a beginning and end in the price. And the challenges for any country won't come to an end.
الحلول في ظل هذه المعطيات
The solutions in light of
مستحيلة.
these givens became
خاصة مع تداخل
impossible,
الأولويات.
especially with the different priorities. Should we start with education or health, unsafe areas or media, the administrative body, or lack of awareness?
طب إيه الحكاية بقى؟
So what's the story then?
بسجل زي ما أنتم بتسجلوا في الحوار الوطني كلامكم.
I record in the national dialogue what you say.
أنا بقول فيها لكن الله سلم.
And I say,
سلم
but
وحفظ
God
وقدر ويسر
protected
أمرا آخر.
us, and He has prepared another path for us. So thanks be to Allah.
ربنا قدر أمر آخر. كل الكلام اللي أنا بقوله ده
All
هو عبارة عن
what I said
الأرضية اللي إحنا كنا فيها
is where we were,
وكنا ماشيين على يعني على الحافة كده.
and we were on the
تخش البلد
verge.
في فوضى ما ترجعش منها تاني زي ما
A
غيرنا.
country might have been in a state of chaos and would have never gone out of it.
ورينا الدول جنب مننا.
And Allah has shown us neighboring countries that have been through this.
متصورين إحنا كنا بعاد عنهم.
And we imagine that we were totally far from that. No, we were not.
إحنا أقل مواردا.
We had less resources and more population. And things have become stable over the past 50 years after late President Sadat and his assassination.
لهم قواعد ولهم ده بغض النظر عن القواعد دي سليمة ولا مش سليمة.
And they had their foundations regardless whether this is correct or not.
لكن ربنا أراد أمر تاني. آخر أمر أقوله.
The last thing I would like to mention
أمر آخر مهم.
is another very important point. Even the brothers and the friends
أصبح لديهم قناعة
have the conviction
بأن الدولة المصرية
that the state
غير قادرة
is incapable
على الوقوف مرة أخرى.
of standing again
وأن
on
الدعم
its
والمساندة
foot, and that the assistance and the
عبر
support
سنوات شكل ثقافة
over years has formed the culture of dependence on them to solve the crises and the problems.
في تعبير كتبته بس مش
There is expression I wrote down but I won't mention it.
لدرجة إن لما كان حد لما يلاقوا في مشكلة موجودة أوي في
So
مصر
when they used to find a problem in Egypt, they would say, why didn't he travel?
ما يسافر. شوفوا.
Why didn't he go on a trip?
خلاص الناس ساعدت كتير قوي.
People have assisted a lot. For years they did it.
أنا بقول بقالها سنين بتساعد.
For years they did
وأنت
it.
ما ساعدتش نفسك.
And you did not help yourself.
وتقف.
Since this is the case, you won't be able to stand up again.
أخيرا بقى
Last,
ما هو الحل؟
what is the solution?
وما هي درجة جودتها؟
And what is the quality of these solutions, their efficiency?
يعني مستعدين للتكلفة.
And we are ready
شعبا وحكومة
for the cost as leadership, government and people. After all what we mentioned and after what will be discussed in this conference,
تفتح نافذة على فترة زمنية قد كده.
do not open a window at a specific moment. Look at all considerations together over a longer period so that you can see the path and decide whether there is a real opportunity or not. Do we need more sacrifices or not?
مزيد من التضحيات ولا لا؟ ما أنا قلت قبل كده.
I said before in the beginning that the challenge
والحلول
is there and there are the solutions. If the solutions are less than the challenge will increase further. If the solutions are equal to the challenge would remain.
وما يزيدش.
But it won't
لكن لو
increase.
الحلول
But if
أكبر
the
من
solutions
التحدي
are bigger than the challenge would disappear.
يتراجع. يعني كل إجراء أنت بتعمله
So every measure you take,
والإجراء ده صعب أو قاسي
if it is a difficult or strict one,
فهم حقيقي يقدر يحقق لك النتيجة
it would give you the result you wish for.
اللي أنت بترجوه. طيب أنا هقول لكم بقى المفاجأة.
I will give you a surprise.
المفاجأة.
The surprise.
والله العظيم المفاجأة. بكل صدق وتواضع.
With full honesty and modesty, the experience over the past 7 years proved that we did not understand, we did not know, and we did not appreciate the essence of Egyptians. I swear by God.
المفاجأة.
The surprise.
Honestly
and modestly is that the experience over the past 7 years proved that I myself, I'm talking about myself, that we did not understand, know, or appreciate the essence of Egyptians. The people accepted the sacrifice and the challenge, and the government is exerting its best, and the leadership is ready to take from its popularity for the success. And the idea was the strategy of the parallel fields and domains. Survival and development, upgrading old Cairo and constructing the new administrative capital. So the idea was not just constructing something new, but working in parallel on upgrading the old to make a real change. And finally, I would like to remind you that our path is what we have made a pledge for. We pledged to move together as Egyptians for the success of this reform path we're talking about. And I would like to say that on this path we have the whole state with the nation, with the people. They would succeed or fail, God forbid.
طريقنا ومسارنا عادنا به بعضنا البعض.
Is the pledge we make to each other. Our path is action, work, and science. It is the dream, the hope. It is a path we started and will continue together. And it's a path for everyone. I hope I was not lengthy. I know, Dr. Mustafa, that this might not be in the context of the conference, but I did not have an opportunity to talk in the national dialogue and say my viewpoint as an Egyptian citizen who has read about history and have been through a long experience and had dreams for his country. And used to ask himself, why is it like that? He wants it to be something different.
نعم. من امتى؟ وانا عقيد في الجيش.
When did you have this dream? I had this dream since I was a colonel in the army.
لا عقيد في الجيش كنت راصد ما نحن فيه. لا اسمع.
Back then.
وانا في الاعدادي. وضربت مصر 67.
In preparatory school in 1967, I joined the secondary air defense school for my country.
بالمناسبة كلنا زي بعض وكلنا بنحبها.
We all love Egypt.
كلنا زي بعض وكلنا بنحبها. بس ساعات الاقدار تجيب حد هنا.
But sometimes it's destiny. Anyone in my place would do more. Many happy returns. Thank you all.